Hi guys, just gradually spamming this out, so be with you in a mo. Right, that's now up. I need to copy. So obviously it's all a bit interesting at the moment. We've already had our first circuit breakers kick in on Allenson Maxim and on Bale. Seems to be kicking in about the 20% mark. So we'll have to see how that's going to continue to play out through the day, if anyone else manages to kick those in. For God's sake, trying to find where I need to spam these links. And I will be being joined by a few people. I know there's some guys coming on at 3. Obviously, we've started a little bit ahead of schedule. That's just so I can get some information out on the various things, because I wasn't quite sure how I was meant to get these links out otherwise. So it's really unnerving doing this. I have to say, massive respects to John for doing this, because everything's on about a 15-20 second delay. So what I'm saying now, it takes 20 seconds to get to you, and I'm watching on YouTube as well. So it's all a bit interesting at the moment. Oh God, can't find anything. Facebook, there we go. Football Index, Twitter group, there we go. Right, compose a new thing. Right, there we go. Stick that in there as a link. So give us a shout out in the comments, guys. What do you want us to talk about? How can I help shape this conversations? As I was saying right at the start of this stream, we have seen some circuit breakers kick it in. They seem to be kicking in when there's a 20% drop. So Gareth Bale, Allenson Maxim have been confirmed by Football Index Client Services as kicking in on the circuit breakers. It looks like Griezmann is probably there, but that hasn't been confirmed by Football Index as of yet. Just going to give the old screen share a go to see how we get on with that. So if I share my screen, come on, which one? There we go. So this is going to be a test of patience and see how this works. If we bring up the market, wait 20 seconds for the market to come up with you guys, and then see what we've got going on. So if we go to price decrease percentage, we can see Bale, Allenson Maxim, both of those are kicked in the circuit breakers. That's why I'm thinking probably Griezmann will have as well, because he's gone past that 20% on the top 200 list. If we drop down to the squad list, who have we got going down? Price decrease. Ruben Loftus-Cheek will have almost certainly kicked in a circuit breaker, and Pulisic, Cavani, etc. should have kicked some in, but we will have to see how that goes. So come back to, oh God, go view stream on YouTube. God, this is very confusing. How John does this on a regular basis, I have no idea. So please bear with me. This is very much learning on the fly, flying by the seat of my pants kind of territory. Let's keep one eye here to see if we've got anyone jumping on yet. Nope, the guys aren't jumping on yet because it's not 3 o'clock. So things to talk about. Obviously, the main things we want to happen today is we want to see the market move towards equilibrium. So we want to see those spreads start to close, and then we'll get towards a place where we can start to understand what the market is going to look like going forwards. Now, it's all a bit interesting at the moment because today is very complicated in the sense of, I think Football Index has been very careful with what day they've chosen to launch this on, because today and tomorrow you've got that sort of window of 9 days, 9 game, 30-day IPD window. So teams like Bayern Munich have got 9 matches over the next 30 days if you were to buy shares in them today. That means that we've got a lot of potential traffic for the IPD market. So we're going to see people pumping loads of cash today for the IPDs. Over the next sort of 24, 36 hours, you get that 9-game window. After that point, it's all going to slow down a bit. Now, that's where it's going to get really interesting, because obviously we've got sort of 5.7 million, 5,500 traders trading in the last 24 hours. It wouldn't be surprising if a lot of those are trying to get into this 30-day IPD window. And at the moment, it doesn't look too bad in the grand scheme of things. We're seeing the spreads start to close. They are kind of finding their balance point. So that's good news. That's exactly what we want to see. We want to see those spreads closing in, because that means we're heading towards the equilibrium point for supply and demand. And that's where we get a consistent share price, where people know where we are. And from there, we can grow back to where we were steadily, organically, by things happening to players and their performances. And it will bring back a sense of normality. My concern at the moment is that effectively we've got two things going on which are worrying that might disrupt this recovery. One is, if you look at the average offer price, this is the average price of people trying to sell. You can see there's still quite a large variance if we go to the highest price players on what that average offer price is to what the realistic buy and sell prices are at the moment. That to me says that there's still a massive disconnect between where people value their portfolio and where the portfolio is being valued by others. So you're kind of trying to get your cake and eat it. You're saying, well, I'm going to sell to you guys at 10 quid for Jadon Sancho, but I want to buy Neymar at 6 quid. And that disconnect needs to balance itself out in the coming weeks to get so that that average offer price is just above where the buy and sell prices are. And that means that we've reached that equilibrium point. Everyone's up to speed with it. Everyone's accepted it. And from there, we get back to a sense of normality. The other concern I've got is, like I say, we are in that window at the moment where we've got that 9-game window. So that's going to drive more trading than usual. Sorry, I've got someone saying, how do you know the circuit breaker's on? There's a few people on the customer services Twitter that have sent up screenshots. It's like this big red box that comes up saying you cannot trade this player. I'll just try and get an example. So if I find Football Index Customer Services, Football Index CS, and scroll down through their tweets and replies, and we will see what we end up with. So where is it? This is what you get when a trader is suspended. When you're trying to trade on a trader who's currently suspended, you'll get this little red card logo. Trader on this player is currently suspended. Okay, it's fine. So that means that you cannot trade on that player anyway. Apologies if you hear some background noise. My wife's just about to make a cup of coffee. That's probably going to cause some noise on the stream. I'm currently working outside of my kitchen. Akimi is apparently suspended too, according to the comments. So thanks for that. As I said, I've got Alan Maximin and Bale. Seems to be kicking around that 20% mark on the top 200s. Not sure where it will be on the wider thing. Football Index haven't really confirmed where these levels are going to come in. I know there's been several people in the community trying to get out of them exactly where it is. So maybe now that it's all live, they'll start to share that information, because I know that they were saying to people they wouldn't share it because it wouldn't have been out there in the general community at the same time, and that might have caused some disparity in trading. We'll have to wait and see how that works out. But yeah, the other factor at the moment, because we've got these 9 fixtures coming up. So if we take Bayern as an example here, we've got the Werder Bremen game in 2 days' time. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games between now and the 20th of December. So that's 9 games that you can get in on if you were buying into Bayern players today for the IPDs. So that is going to drive more volume of traffic and more purchases today, which is going to really help the liquidity, but only in the short term, because this 9-game fixture window ends in the next like 2 days, and that's it. We're back to the normal cycle. You've still got like 8, 7 games and stuff, so it's still good, but the it's going to slow up. And my concern is that we're going to see some real flush of liquidity for the next like 48 hours while people are taking advantage of this 9-game window. And then it's going to kind of dry up for 20 days because everyone's going to be sitting there enjoying those 30 days of IPD. So it's going to freeze up that liquidity again. And we're going to be back to stage one, and everyone's going to be doom, gloom, demanding liquidity, everything we know that and love about Football Index at the moment. So it's just bear that in the back of your mind when you're looking at these things, is that we might see the market slow down over the next like 20 to 30 days in the run up to Christmas. So yeah, I know people don't care about IPDs. I never liked IPDs when I was the big old school trader I was, because for me, it disrupted the PB market. And that's where I was all about the PB market. But I do know that there are a lot of people that do trade for IPDs, and especially when you've got 9 games in a row, that is as good as it gets in the IPD world. So there will be trading happening off the base of that. You've also obviously got 2 more days or 1 or 2 more days to get in for the team of the month cut off as well. So that also plays into all of this. So I think you're going to see quite a bit of activity this weekend and the build up to this weekend, and then it may just drop off a bit in the next couple of weeks after that. So it's just something we've got to keep an eye on. We want to see the spreads closing. That's where we need it to be, is seeing those spreads really start to tighten in, because some of you may have already seen my various tweets on the matter, but basically markets tend to operate on supply and demand. And so what we're looking for here, if I can find my own damn profile, there we go, is we currently have more supply than we have demand. So the sell offers, the values are up here and the buy offers are down here. And that's because the supply and demand haven't reached that equilibrium point. So we're going to need to see the sell offers, people trying to sell, what their realistic expectation for those players needs to drift back to downwards a bit. The people that are buying will then push up to meet them, and that's where we'll hit that equilibrium point, hopefully. But we do need to be patient with that, and hope that that does come with time. And then that is where we've then got solid background. So then we can build from there. Hey, John might be joining us in a little bit. That's great news for me, because that's a pro coming on to help me stop floundering around like a fish out of water. But it'll be great to see how that goes on later on. So what we got going on in the comments? Anyone interesting? Got any questions or any views on how things are going? Generally, seems like it's been reasonably positive on Twitter. People quite happy that it's not sort of like plummeted. I think everyone was ready in the community this time for kind of expecting a bit of a slowdown, a bit of a drop in the market. And so when we have seen that sort of steady drop, we haven't seen that cascade failure of things just spiraling down into a death spiral, which happened the first time this was attempted to be implemented. Seems that traders have got themselves a lot better at knowing exactly what's happening. Right, allow. There we go. And FI Trader has joined me on the call. So FI Trader, you are now on. You'll be able to unmute yourself and talk whenever you feel like it. Welcome.
Yes, mate. I was like, I'm on.
Hang on, I've got my sound off. That's going to be
me okay.
And FI Trader has joined me on the call. So FI Trader, you are now on. You'll be able to unmute yourself and talk whenever you feel. Right, mate. You just chat for a second while I get myself sorted out here.
I think you hit the nail on the head with your diagram and what I said earlier. I think there's a bit of a standoff at the moment. I've seen, certainly on my holes, I don't see much movement in that sort of bid queue. It's staying quite static. So there's people not selling at the prices that people are offering, but equally you're getting on the other side that people aren't buying up those cheaper bids. I think it's just at a standoff at the moment. I think it'll take a bit of action to get that sort of going, and I'm hoping that starts tomorrow. I just think a few goals or good performances will start, kickstart that market.
Yeah, sounds good, mate. can you hear me still with me setting it up like this?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good. I was just worrying I've kicked myself onto a different mic because I've just realized I had to put my headphones in so I can hear you in real time and not hear the stream in lag time. And it was all getting a bit confusing and writing over itself. So as I said, I am very much a rookie to this. I'm literally here to try and help the community out. So it is very much a learning on the fly as we go. So please bear with me. But yeah, so are you feeling fairly good about this FI trader, or are you?
I mean, I logged on early this morning and saw, the interface or the app rollout. It was all there, and what was worrying me was that when that come the 9 o'clock when it opened, I was expecting the app crash. I think for those that have been around, it's especially around the IPO days, it's a nightmare. It always has been. But that didn't last too long. I thought it was quite a smooth sort of quite a smooth rollout, and and what I've seen from when you have the recent announcements, you get this little bit of craziness where you see hikes in prices, then you get this drop off, and so it just wasn't sort of a surprise to me. I think it's gone against what you touched on earlier, that everyone was expecting this massive crash, and that wasn't the case. I just think now we need this football to start and to really kickstart the market.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much carnage there's going to be when we get to that point where the first hat trick gets scored at the weekend. If that drives any kind of action of people trying to free up some cash to pile in on that player, or any massive movement in those spreads on those players that are getting those goals over the weekend, particularly, like I said, with this 9 game window. Got some people chatting in the thing saying, like, this downward trajectory, will it continue until we get more liquidity providers into the market? Now, I hope not. I like to think that we've now got this control. We will see some drifting down over like this week as it stabilizes itself and reaches that equilibrium point. But once we get there, it really should only go up from that point onwards, because barring very specific in-player examples of serious injuries or people moving to China or something like that, it should be that the market's found its happy point. And then anything that is news, that is like new people joining or new people putting more money into the platform, should just grow the general value of the index from that point on. At the moment, what we've seen is ever growing frustration with the platform and ever growing despair at the lack of exit strategy. And because the prices couldn't come down, you couldn't offer below that 1p limit. It meant that prices were artificially kept at a ceiling that nobody wanted to get involved with because they just couldn't see the value. But now that's been taken off, the market can move to a point where buyers and sellers agree around the value of a player, and we start to see actual market liquidity generated. Now, I still think we're going to definitely need several liquidity providers, and I don't know what Football Index's agreement with LP001 or whatever the hell they're called is, but it's clearly not working, because I don't know if anyone watched that brilliant video that someone put on Twitter yesterday of the hello darkness, my old friend, while just streaming through the players with no sell, no sell, no sell. I think it was about 80% of the market yesterday that had no sell option whatsoever. And that's just an absolute joke, considering they've meant to be getting some kind of liquidity in there from this provider. So millions of pounds of liquidity, apparently. Well, I don't see it yet. I don't know if anyone else does, but it's certainly not there from what I can see. I don't know if you've got any views, FI Trader.
No, I was going to ask you around that mass refresh where we saw the 6.1 million pound in value, trading value. But what I do think, although it's a bit of an artificial, I think, stat for the actual the volume of trades going through, and we all know it was largely refreshes. I don't think it was all, but largely. But that is going to generate a lot of dividends, in-play dividends, I think. And And once again, I think largely that'll go back into the market. So I think overall, with the rollout being okay this morning, without a huge crash, I just think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
Just need that football. It'd be great if a load of goals or top performances come in, especially those premium players pulling in, some really good performances like Kimmich at a really high score, or I just think it just needs performances now to really stimulate the market.
Yeah, I mean, my one concern about the top end value is we've got this football index have created this kind of perverse problem within the market by basically setting it up where, because of the 100/300 share sale 1p inflation point, that meant that we've grown certain players to a very high value through hundreds and hundreds of thousands of shares being out there on people like Jadon Sancho. Now, that's going to cause a problem because when you get to this supply and demand issue, you've got people who've got Sancho at 15 quid. Now, there's going to be several thousand shares out there with the north of £13 mark on Sancho. Now, people aren't going to be there isn't going to be anywhere near as much demand for Sancho now if he's in that north of £13 mark as to where he was at the start of everything. But there is far more supply of him than there is of anyone else on the index, barring, say, Mbappe and Neymar, because of the way that pricing structure and growth of that platform meant is that those top sort of 10, 20 players are going to have far more supply out there than any other player on the index. And that's going to really force down those prices on those players, because there's always going to be somebody wanting to shift a few of those shares to free up their liquidity to move on to something else. So, and there'll be people that are buying in now at that bottom price at around the £6 mark, that is going to make it that they'll be happy to sell at £6-7 because they're still in that region. So it's going to really struggle, I think, to force those top tier players out of this sort of midpoint, whereas the players that are kind of just below that level have got more room to grow into because there's less supply out there and potentially a similar level of demand as to where there is. I think that's why you've seen Messi do quite well today, is because he is kind of like how the stock market views gold. It's where you go when you're worried and you need a safe bet. We'll put it in Messi. He's going to get the dividends one way or another, particularly with all the drama that's going on in Barcelona. You know that Messi out of Barcelona story is going to come back at some point. So we've just got to see how this goes. One of the challenges, the issue of Chinese whispers, in as much as that there are still investors, gamblers who don't understand the whole model and combining with antagonists. Yes, that will be a problem, Stephen. It's going to continue to be a problem. Football Index are finally stepping up to the plate and trying to educate traders on this. They're putting out some good content. The problem is that I'm not sure how widely they're spreading that on more things like the app and stuff like that, which everyone has access to. A lot of it seems to be done through Twitter, and we know that there's only a very small portion of the community that are, on Twitter or on the Facebook groups. So it is about people trying to share that information, get it out there. But there's so many traders out there that are just in their own little WhatsApp group with their few mates, and that's their experience of the platform. They don't come onto the wider community things. They don't share their knowledge with other traders or talk to people that understand these markets. It's just a bunch of guys that have stumbled on the platform through Talk Sport, and their mates got them into it because he's been making a few quid really easily. And now it's starting to bite, and the real trading knowledge is starting to be required, and it's just not there for a lot of people. And we have gone from this being able to be very much a casual thing to a bit more intense, because before it was kind of making money for standing still and doing nothing. You basically just bought certain players and watched them grow. You knew FI were going to raise the dividends. It was all easy, fair sailing, and you always had the instant sell backed by FI as your safety net to get out. Now that's gone, it is, you know, a lot harder to get out of players without this liquidity being around. Any thoughts, mate?
No, I think you're right. You know, one thing I was thinking was, though, I mean, what was really big for me was this visibility of the depth. I think it's so important. And I think for me personally, I think it now allows me to be able to trade the spreads with a bit of confidence, knowing those figures. So I think, you know, there is that education piece, and you've got such a different level of maturity of traders. As you say, you've got your, you know, your proper data geeks that know, you know, really know their stuff on paper, and it is pure data or numbers to them, no emotion in it whatsoever. It's a bit like with poker, where you've got somebody that you know, that's got a PhD in maths that will, you know every combination. Those that just, you know, are balls, just I suppose ruthless with it. And I think you've got a very similar sort of different level of maturity in this space, where you've got a lot of emotion attached to maybe players or teams, and you've got people that just play the numbers. And I just think with the education bit, I'm not sure if you're going to get everybody's got the I don't know, the willingness to get educated to that level. Some just want to play, you know, at a weekend, you know, to stop themselves, you know, throwing all the money at Bet365. But I definitely think there's got to be, you know, other channels to push that education bit out. As you said, I think we saw yesterday about just over 5,000 individual traders on the platform who's actively trading. And, you know, on Twitter, I don't really know. I only see probably no more than 100 active on Twitter. So it is a very small proportion. But it's how do you engage that wider community and, you know, publicize that content?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because this is one of the things that community has always debated, is how many traders are there actually on the index as active traders. I know from the very first trader meets that I was going to in London, God, way back in 2018, maybe even 2017, it might have been the first one. The main question being asked by people was, how many traders are in this market? How many people are here and active, to get an idea of how much money's in there? Now, there's been lots of things that people have done over the years to try and work it out. They've looked at the forum number, the forum user number, and looked where it was a few months ago to try and guesstimate growth. They've looked at how many people actually follow Football Index itself on Twitter, and that's around the 20,000 mark. But then you've got this 5,000 active traders number. So you kind of think 5,000, it's not that many people in the grand scheme of people in this country that probably gamble on a day-to-day basis. It does feel like a very small number of people with obviously quite a lot of money in here.
It's understanding what that metric constitutes as well. I mean, an active trader, is that somebody that's logged onto the system as, you know, a concurrent user, or, you know, or a unique user, or is that somebody that's made, you know, a single trade, or a, you know, a trade of so many? You don't always understand what the metric is, do you?
Yeah, so I think I actually asked this Football Index CS, and I think they did verify that it was anyone who had bought or sold a player in the last 24 hours. So it's not just people that are logging onto the app, it's people that it's people that have actively traded in the past 24 hours, which obviously will bring it down. Thank you for the correction, Frog. I know it used to be 20,000, but that was way back when I first joined Twitter, much to my complaints and being dragged over the line. And look at me now, I'm actually using it. Toxic environment that it is. But yeah, it's good for FI. What on earth is that notification? So, questions. Anyone got any questions from the chat? Come on, guys, give us something to talk about. Help us out. Zen, you should have a link now in your Twitter if you're on the thing, so you can dial into the Zoom call if you get that up and running. Frog, you've got it in your thing as well if you want to jump on at any point to join us. Right, there we go. Got somebody else coming on. So, hello, Tom. You are now on. You should be able to chat.
Hey, Stuart. How you doing? Yeah, it's me.
Right.
It's Zen or Tom, as I am in the real world.
Hey, Zen.
Yeah, it's been a funny old day, hasn't it? I'm actually feeling quite good. This is kind of what I expected to happen. And if nothing else, I'm always a little happier when the expected happens rather than the unexpected. I never thought this would get fixed today. I never thought today would be even a good day or a positive day, particularly. But I do think this is the beginning of what we need to happen. This is still a process that's ongoing. The one thing I wanted to come on and say to people was just forget about the port. I've seen on Twitter all morning, everybody's been talking about the port. Oh, what settings should I have my port value on? This and that. I'm not even looking at it. I'll be honest, in the data that I keep a lot of data on FI. I've stopped recording my port value. I don't even bother with it anymore. I've just given up, because for me now, this is a series of individual bets. And as you were saying earlier on, that there is not enough liquidity to drive this whole market at the moment to the extent that we would like, but there is enough liquidity to drive individual bets. And we've seen Messi go up today, and others, there will be other players as we get into the weekend and we get football back. I put a tweet out a minute ago saying, let's not forget 14 days ago, Yusuf Yazisi, who was, a £1.20 player, won a 28p Gold Day Starman dividend. Now, as soon as that starts happening again from this weekend, that's something we can all get excited about. And that's going to drive positivity in that player. So yes, this whole situation is not going to get unscrewed anytime soon. But on an individual player basis, good things are going to start happening now. And that's just going to build and build, because we don't have another international break for a fair while. So, I think people just literally need to hang on for a few days, and you will see the seeds of optimism. And looking at players as individual mini markets, there are good reasons. There are reasons to buy good players today. There are reasons to buy for the IPD window. There's reasons to buy for what's happening going on this weekend. There are profits to be made. Simple as that.
There are definitely profits to be made, and international breaks never really help things. And it would have been nice if the Football Index had included this Nations League business in along with the Euros and the World Cup stuff, because that would have at least made the last few weeks a bit more palatable from a trading perspective. The problem I think we've got as well is that we've got such a condensed season. Like I said, we've got these 9 games coming up in the next 30 days for anyone that's in the European tournaments. Now, my real concern as well here is I keep saying my real concern. There are lots of concerns, obviously, but one of them is that we're going to see a lot more player injuries this season because of these condensed fixtures, and you can see the managers are getting concerned. I mean, my team, Liverpool, we're down, I think, 8 first-team players now, picked up injuries since the start of the season. And that's before we've even really got going with the true tense season. See, I'm already being trolled about the toffee diagram incident from the other week. So thanks for that, Advinculus. But yeah, so if we start to see more injuries, that's obviously going to cause even more liquidity issues, because nobody's going to be buying a player that's out for like 9 months. Just look what's happened to Van Dijk. And so that's where we're going to really need these liquidity providers to be willing to help prop up the market and flow some cash in. And that's where we could see some money really starting to move around to lots of other different players, because people are going to be looking for these sort of lower mid-price players where there's less risk and more opportunity. It is my view. I don't know exactly how it's going to play out. I haven't got a crystal ball. I can just look at how the numbers play out, where the data sits, where the supply and demand sits, and come up with a view. It's going to be interesting to see how the pressure from Sportstack plays in as well, because I know some of the WhatsApp groups I'm in, I've seen people, and I've seen it on Twitter as well, saying, right, I want to just instant sell my portfolio. I'm dumping all of it. I'm jumping on Sportstack. It's the new best thing since sliced bread. Look at all these lovely things they're doing for everyone. And their Android app hasn't even launched yet. So that's only Apple users that are going to have been doing the jump at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of that plays out. Is that just going to be something else where people are just going to see it as an extra investment opportunity, or are people going to be looking to diversify funds from Football Index into Sportstack or into other football sports things that are out there? That's going to further exaggerate the liquidity problem, which we all know is there. And it's why Football Index really needs to get their act together and start to actually deal with this liquidity issue before it kills the platform.
Yeah, I mean those are genuine concerns, and I haven't played with Sportstack careers, and I'll be honest, I'm not vastly inclined to do so at this time, but I know others who definitely have moved some money over there. I see that as a positive, in as much as I think a lot of what has gone wrong for FI has been overconfidence based on being the only game in town, and now they're not the only game in town. Of course, there are a million other ways of investing money and making profit, and those competitive economic factors have always been there. But fundamentally, yeah, now we have a direct competitor. So this is what's interesting, is that there were a couple of really good threads came out yesterday about people saying, why would FI throw the liquidity in now? And I do agree that if I was running FI today, I would be thinking, if I throw the liquidity in now, I'm just helping people exit to my competitor. And that's probably true. So I don't blame them from their own point of view for just holding back a little bit. But at the same time, if the one thing that's so frustrating on this is this them hedging their bets around Nasdaq and what all of that means. I think Nasdaq itself has been overplayed a little bit in terms of its savior status, because it's just software, very good software that does a whole bunch of things that we need to happen, but it is just a piece of mostly background software, and some additional functionalities that they're going to appear on the front end, like better depth, and like things like being able to time your bid, being able to actually place an advanced bid. That was one of the features that I liked most about Nasdaq that Akash mentioned on his podcast appearance way back, and he said you're going to be able to stick in a bid and say, or place a buy and say, buy that, not now, but I want to buy that, Tuesday at 7:35 p.m. And that stuff's going to be great. That's going to open up all sorts of new possibilities for traders, which is superb. But it in and of itself, it's not a savior. And if they hold the liquidity off until all of that is done, as you rightly say, the trader provided liquidity can drain further and further and further. So they've got to do a balancing act there in terms of looking at and going, there's no point throwing it in today. There's also a possible danger of waiting too long until our competitors grow stronger and we grow weaker. And somewhere in the middle of that is the right thing to do. The problem is, FI have been so nebulous with us about what's going on, and also the accusations of incompetence have grown and grown to the point where even I sometimes, some days more than others, I struggle to believe that FI will do the right thing and make the right judgment call. It's like, it's a bit like politicians at the moment. We've gone from having grown-ups in charge of politics to people who we don't really trust and believe in anymore. And we're kind of in the same place with FI. So it's all doable, but fundamentally for me it is about trust. It's about FI now demonstrating that they can consistently do the right things and take the right sort of action after action after action, not do things too soon, not leave things too long. And that's just going to take time.
Yeah, absolutely. Frog, I see you've had your hand up on Zoom, and I finally managed to jump over there and actually let you into the bloody thing. So feel free to have your views shared.
No, I was just going to, afternoon, everyone, by the way. Hope everyone is well and feeling good after an interesting couple of days and morning. But yeah, so basically I was just going to touch on the Nasdaq thing. You know, I've been guilty myself of putting the Nasdaq up as being this holy grail, you know, that's going to swoop in and save everything. And I think I was wrong in doing that. And things that I've been hearing lately regarding Nasdaq maybe just being more of like kind of front end IPO kind of and back end match inside of it, as opposed to being some big platform that we're going to cross over to. I think what you guys have said is right, and that's not going to be the case. You know, this is still going to be FI, you know, calling the shots in the most part under the guidance of Nasdaq to an extent. And I think I've had to get used to the fact that it's not going to be this big magical fix that I was thinking it was going to be. And yeah, that was the point that I'm sorry, I'm not sure who you're talking to. I don't know his name. Zen was. Oh, Zen. Hi. Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, but my main thinking about that was generally the reasoning for thinking that way was from a tech angle. You know, this is like one of my biggest gripes with FI is that, you know, for being a so-called tech company, you know, I don't need to tell everyone how it's been on the tech side of it. So, you know, I just hope that they get everything in place to move to that next level. And, you know, to touch on what you're saying about liquidity and stuff, it is a balancing act, Zen. It is. It's like every day that we kind of drift like this, then, you know, it's kind of damaging confidence. And, you know, there's multiple parts to it though, you know, like there's obviously trader behavior needs to change as well. So, you know, there's things like what we've seen this morning where you could have sold Neymar for £7 yesterday and people were selling for 580 or whatever it was today. And it's just things like that. People need to just take a breath at times and just kind of, you know, let's just see how this plays out, you know?
Yeah, exactly that. It is about patience, but the problem is that people have been being very, very patient.
I know.
They have been feeling very trapped by all of this. And so that patience is running out. And like I said, with these other competitors starting to enter the market, it gives people the opportunity to go, right, okay, well, you've had your chance. I'm off, sunshine. There's the shiny hill over there that people are telling me is the streets are paved with gold and nothing can possibly go wrong. And there's the equivalent of an instant sell function there that gives me back my nice warm comfort blanket. I mean, what's your thoughts
on in terms of, you know, obviously market makers are, you know, it's not happening, whether that's a choice or whether suspicions are that they can't find them at present, given the way things are. I don't know. We're purely guessing on that. But what do you like? It seems to be a non-starter for a lot of people, but in terms of like, not an IS, but, you know, FI re-entering the market themselves to kind of carry us along to a point where, you know, market make, I don't know, but something has to be done, you know, because, you know, we can't just drift along. And, if I want to touch on one more thing, it's like basically the whole, like, I've seen a lot this week about, you know, FI overestimating I've seen lots of things like overestimating the intelligence of their users, or, not recognizing that, you know, many people are gamblers. I think that's a bit harsh. I think people are very capable of learning new systems. And yes, okay, I know people were used to the quick money that we used to have, but I still believe people would adapt due to their, you know, love of the game and etc. But, you know, I don't think FI have made it easy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like with all the shit we've been through, like how do you adapt in a bear market like we've had, where everything's just driven to the bottom? It's hard.
And exactly that. And I mean, I went on that pod that John did on Black Sunday, where we kicked off at 10 o'clock at night and ran through to 1 a.m. in the morning. And that's the whole reason why I'm doing this stream, is I think that really helped people. It gave people somewhere to go to talk about these things, to understand what was happening and why it was happening. And I felt that John's going to do a pod tonight at 9. It's going to be fantastic. I'll be on that as well. But I thought we needed something a bit earlier than that to give the market somewhere to go. And I said on that that evening that Football Index could solve all of this right now and basically just put in a liquidity from themselves backing it up, and they don't even have to say that it's them that's doing it if they want to pretend that their instant sell function isn't back, and they could put a 60% spread on it if they want. It would just at least mean there is always a way out for people, and it would start to build that confidence, and then those natural market liquidity would come in. Yes, Symmetry, you're obviously very upset, and I appreciate that, mate. But just saying the same thing over and over again in chat isn't going to really do anything. If you want to come on and have your say, drop me a DM on Twitter, and I will bring you onto the stream, and you can have your 5-minute rant to your heart's content. But yeah, they have the opportunity there, and the problem is now I think they've left it too long for them to step in and do that. You know, it's now if they do that, they're going to then rip themselves off, because people will be looking. There will be certain people looking to get out at any price, and so that's why I think they're now not doing it. Is they left it too long. They missed that window of opportunity to just step back in, calm everyone down, offering that liquidity themselves stealthily through the back door until they could get these negotiations with other people done. I don't know why they didn't do it. I'm assuming it was probably something done with their investors and about freeing up their liabilities over what their capital was. But we'll never know, unfortunately, on that front.
Stuart, sorry to jump in. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this before in other podcasts, but that was the single biggest mistake that I feel was made was when IS got switched off in March, and then so we went from 90% FI liquidity provision effectively through that IS function to zero, and then they let that market in, especially in Sancho, build and build and build through ME1, where people just threw money in and money. Because I mean, I remember tweeting a lot about this at the time, and you know, Sancho doubled in price. He was about, I'm pretty sure he was, I think I remember maybe 8-9 quid, something like that, in maybe around the 8 quid mark back in March, and then by July, as everybody sat there and it's going to be the summer of Sancho, and he was up at 15 quid. So, you know, there was at one point between March and June, 14% of all the money that had gone into the index over that 3-month period had gone into Sancho. I worked it out. Yeah. And I remember tweeting way back when about April, going, this is getting a bit scary, isn't it? Isn't there some like really bad thing that could happen as a result of this? And I wish I'd listened to myself. I would say, you know, a bit more at the time. But there's still, as you say, there are still ways out of this, but it is now going to be slow. You know, and I've been through the kind of mindset mill myself over the last few months, because I've had a couple of possibilities that have come up in my personal life of thinking, God, I actually might need a fair bit of money to do some things that I needed to do. And at one point I thought I was going to need most of my money out, and I couldn't get it, and it made me extremely stressed. Fortunately, those things have actually ebbed away in the short term, to the point that I can now relax a bit. But I'm now seeing it from the point of view of both those people who do, for very, very, probably very pressing real world reasons, need to get some money out, and also looking at the point of view of someone who's now more relaxed about it. So, you know, I don't, that disconnect between the two parts of the community is very fair, but I certainly don't think it's anything that's worth being horrible to each other about.
No, and it is genuinely concerning, because I know people where, you know, I remember a couple of years ago, some of the WhatsApp groups I was in, people were saying, I'm going to take out a loan. I'm going to take out a 15 grand loan and stick it all in the index. Now, if people actually did that, and you wouldn't get away with it now, because now, I mean, Christ, number of financial checks I've been through with FI, and I'm by no means got much money in here anymore compared to what I did have back in the day. I mean, I'm down to, well, depending on which metric I use, I'm somewhere between 6 and 8 grand valuation on my port at the moment. But in my peak, it was up at the 70k mark. Now, if I had 70k in there at the moment, I would be shitting myself on a daily basis. I'm very happy that I took that money out to build that loft conversion and had a very clear plan all along with the index. They've lured me back in. I've got money in there, which, you know, thankfully for my winnings from the early days, I can afford to lose all of that money and I'm no worse off. You know, I've made that money twice over and then some in the early days of the index. So it's easy for me to sit here and look at that and go, oh yeah, you know, it doesn't matter. But there's so many people out there who might be losing their jobs because of COVID, might be having other things come into their lives that they need access to those funds. And that was why it never made sense to me to want to take instant sell away. It was like, it's not broke. Why fix it? You know, this always means that people have always got a way out for the worst case scenarios that could ever happen, both for them personally and to players. You know, Christ, David Astori dying and Emiliano Sala, we had two in like 18-month period. Thanks to WhatsApp, I managed to get out of both of those trades on the instant sell and only dropped about 5p on each share. But that then went down to 1p for each of those players. You know, it was crazy.
The thing is though, there's two separate sides to it. There's like we shouldn't. I do believe that there is such a thing as a bad bet. You know, like, you know, there's going to be players that people will buy that probably shouldn't have bought, and you know, in time will prove that to be the case. But not every single player, including pretty much the whole of the top 200. And you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Like if you go back to Mike Bohan's thing from last year that's been going around doing the rounds, you know, where he made the comment, you know, will we have to provide a market-making function? And his response was, it's absolutely likely and possibly vital that we do in the short to medium term at least. Well, we're past the short term, we're into the medium term, and we're heading towards the long term, and we haven't got nothing. And it's just killing us. It's like, you know, like your people, you know, all your haters and your negative people will go, you know, like it's all on traders, or they'll go, it's a market correction, or, you know, all this sort of nonsense. But like the reality is, for the transition from the old system to the like half new system that seem hopefully to be complete, then yeah, they needed to have it in place. It's just astounding. They even knew it a year ago. Like I don't get where the change of plan, you know, because people go on about like, you know, I'm going to get angry now actually. people go on about how like, you know, oh, but it takes time to do this and do that. Like they've had years to build this, or to, you know, I know the matching engine was you know, a result and done because of COVID. And, you know, and the reality is, if COVID hadn't happened, would we be where we are? I have suspicions that it might have been a lot better, but then that's life. You know, COVID's ruined everything. But like to do what they've done, putting in half a matching engine for the length of period that they did, and then to go to, you know, to do it without any liquidity, it just astounds me if they knew it. Like why? Like
I agree, Frog, and I think what it is, it's almost like, for this to work, they didn't map out the dependencies or really acknowledge the dependencies, that what had to be in place to enable the other. But what I was going to try to get your opinion, Frog, is I've looked at quite a bit of the sort of the market depth across different players and how thin those walls are between those data points. Mm-hmm. I just think when goals go in, when you get sort of, you know, 30-minute high PB scores, you know, before the 4 o'clock cutoff, what do you think? How sort of volatile do you think those rises will be?
I was discussing this last night with a friend of mine, and what I was worrying is that we're still going to be in a position where people think, why should I buy? Because I can just bid later and get it cheaper. He was trying to say to me, like, you know, they need to have some kind of like rigid floor, but then everyone says we need a free market. So it's a tough one, like, you know, to stop the IS going or the sell price going low enough that it encourages people to keep market buying. Like, that's not my area of expertise. I try to understand it a lot, but in terms of like the volatility, you know, there's one thing I think that, you know, I've said a lot about, and I know Cal Lewis on Twitter, he's been all over it, is like the whole like PB deadline. You know, that has to be changed. You know, there has to come to a point where, like, you know, to have a 4 p.m. deadline and on a weekday when it's just evening games, it's just ridiculous. So, you know, we all know the volume of trading that goes on, you know, pre-deadline. And I'm not saying have it all the way to midnight like IPDs, but, you know, if you had a 8 p.m. deadline that, you know, you still had your evening games to go, that would still give you the uncertainty on whether who was leading was going to win. You know, I think that would do wonders. I think that would make such a big difference. But yeah,
I'd welcome the removal of that 4 p.m. deadline. I mean, you get it at times, don't you, where it just kills the day off, and, like, you know, it's almost like all interest has been lost in that day, sort of, or, you know, across certain positions. All interest has been lost on that sort of day because, you know, someone's bagged a massive score before 4 o'clock, and, you know.
I do agree, guys. I think, and as I was talking about mini markets earlier on, and I do think in play is going to be the saviour of the, at least, you know, it's going to be the first really positive element, because we all know, you know, there's no point in bidding when that first goal goes in. If you think if it's a player who's, you know, having an on-fire day, and you're thinking that they're likely to get a second, if they score, especially, you know what it's like, it's that second goal in the first 25 minutes of a game. Somebody gets 2 in the first 25 minutes of a game, and it's a player who has good positive sentiment behind them, and you know, and the price is reasonable. And there's, I mean, you know, there are a lot of players around. You can certainly on a bid, you can pick up around 140, 150 at the moment, who are good players. And, you know, it's not going to take a lot for one of those to absolutely fly. And I think the bigger the rise, you know, the more people will go, you know, the art of the possible suddenly becomes a reality. And the thing that I'm still really positive about all of this is that, look how many of us are still here wanting to play after everything we've been through for months and months and months now. We must be grade A masochists, but we are still here. And sorry.
I was going to say to him, I think that £6 million value of refreshes just demonstrates the engagement there. You know, the sort of the passion still for the platform.
Yeah, and so I just think I think there will be. It's not going to solve the whole market. That's going to take some months. I wouldn't be surprised if we were in a fairly decent place by March, April next year, as in a whole market sense. But I do think it's going to take that long. But in the meantime, I think there will be things that happen from this weekend on that people can get excited about.
Right, guys, I'm just going to take that opportunity to do a quick short plug. So, guys, this setting this all up set me back 100 quid of licenses and various other things. I have stuck a little donate button on. If anyone wants to chip in towards those costs, feel free. I have also said to FI Canary that if we do go over any of those running costs at all, then all the surplus will go to the #Div4Kids initiative. So that's just there if anyone's feeling generous and feels like helping me out. Right, back to the chat. Yeah, so what do you guys think? Do you think we're going to see the market reach equilibrium, or do you think that that's not going to be possible until we get more liquidity providers into the thing?
So hard to say without knowing. The one thing we have no idea anymore is what the market cap is. Well, we know what it was. Well, where were we at? About 120 million, weren't we?
Yeah.
But now, who the hell knows? we have no solid idea of how much money has actually leaked out of the market. And so it's really hard to say what equilibrium is if you can't get that sort of a feel for what this market is now. and sort of and think about that for each of us in terms of, I mean, you were just talking, Stuart, about you used to have 70k in, and now your port's worth 6 or 8. So I mean, you know, in terms of in your terms, you know, you've reduced by, that's a hefty percentage that you've reduced. If everybody's reduced, I haven't reduced that much, but I have taken a bit out. But I only dropped mine by about 20%. And so you know, it's somewhere, if you average that out, you think, well, what is it? Is the market cap 50 million? Is it 90 million? Is it? I have no bloody idea whatsoever.
Yeah, just to clarify, people, I did get out over a year ago now. Order books always had me very twitchy, so I left as they were heading towards implementation. For me, any investment that you've always got to have an exit strategy, because if you don't have an exit strategy, you will never leave. And profits, whatever they are, if they're on paper, on a computer, in whatever investment you're in, if you don't have a point where you say enough is enough, I have made enough money on this, you will never leave, you will never realize those profits, and you will never benefit from it. So my recommendation to everyone is to have a think about what this is to you and how you're going to have an exit strategy. Or maybe it's just that you want to get to a point where you're taking out enough dividends that you've broken even, and you'll just let the rest ride for a laugh and enjoy the dividends as they come. And that's how you want to play it. But just think about your longer term strategy with all this. What is your relationship with Football Index? Is it an investment? Is it a bit of fun? Is it somewhere just stick the money because you haven't got a bank account interest rate at the moment? Can you afford to lose that money, or half of that money, or not be able to access that money for like 2 years? What do all of those scenarios mean?
All right. So I was going to say, I think it's, you know, what you just said there is an absolute sensible approach. And I think that approach is equal to each individual bet as well. So have an exit strategy for each individual bet, I think, because what we're finding is that almost like we hedge our bets. So you see rises, and you're keeping hold of them, and then something happens and you can't get rid of them, and it's frustrating. But if you've got a target sort of markup you want to make, and sort of stick to that, whether that's like 15, 20, 30% markup, is have that clear exit sort of plan in mind for each individual player. You mentioned earlier about, or someone did, around, you know, not really looking at your portfolio as a collective, although that's what a portfolio is to look at these individually and have an individual exit plan for them.
I've always had that, you know, folk talk to you about, like, you know, or folk discuss on Twitter or Slack or whatever, you know, different trading styles. Well, I've always had opinion that I've had multiple trading styles. You know, like it's purely dependent on the situation. It's purely dependent on the player. You know, like, you know, you'll buy one player for one reason, you'll buy another for another, and, you know, you'll hold for different lengths of time. You know, I just think that it's very hard to, like, implement effective strategies as we are. Like, you know, like how do you you know, hopefully this is all changing. You know, we've obviously had the update today, and, you know, obviously we've got football coming back this weekend, which is huge. And, you go back to, like, what Stuart's saying about, you know, prices versus divs right now, and I've tweeted about it today. It's like, you know, it's ridiculous. So you can literally earn 30-40% on decent quality players in one weekend of football. So, like, but it is hard to formulate strategy per se, given the situation we're in. I would say, I think that's the, like, I just want to touch on the pricing. You know, like, we're talking about you know, shares and, like, or dividends and stuff, and it's like, you know, there's the same quantity of shares in circulation. You know, like, if whether a player's £7 or whether he's £14, you know, FI are still liable for the same amount of shares. So, like, you know, I don't understand why, or, you know, how the kings of the index falling to £7 is good for them. Like, you know, they're earning less, and, you know, okay, and if someone bought at 15 and sold at 7, then yeah, okay, they've made a chunk of money. But, you know, in the long term, you know, the way divs are, you know, these prices being the what they are, in the loss of commission, you know, at the lower price, I don't understand it. I really don't.
Now, it'd be nice if they explained it. But do you know what? This is a very valuable conversation to have. I've got to jump off in a sec, but I think it's worth, before I go, just at one point, we talked a lot about the right things to do on the index, and people are always going on, compound, 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 but people don't talk enough about risk management, and we don't talk enough about playing this game safely. And, even to the point where in the past, people who have downsized, exited, taken a break, have kind of been called all the names under the sun, have basically been called cowards. That's got to change. That if there's one thing that needs to change in this community, it's just that more sensible, that actually, people taking some money out should be congratulated and said, well done, you're playing safely and playing well. And so I don't think we as a community have done that enough. And I don't think FI, for all of their sort of lip service to safer gambling, I don't think FI have really done enough in terms of just going beyond the basic, quite bland, when the fun stops, stop stuff, to actually say, look, they should have been more worried about Sancho at 15 quid, frankly, than they have been. They don't, they only ever celebrate, woo, another player, woo, we got our first £14 player, our first £15 player. It's only ever a sort of 100% something to cheer. And there's never any sort of warning about that. I mean, it's difficult to know how you do it, but that's for them to figure out. But there should definitely be some more of that sort of stuff. But anyway, thank you for having me on, guys. I've got to jump off. But well done for putting this together, Stuart. I think it's really valuable.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for coming on. Catch you later, mate.
I think it's a really good point around the culture and behaviour thing. I mean, I know I'm guilty of it from time to time, but there is a real sort of across different platforms and across different people. It's quite it can, the behaviours aren't healthy for anybody.
Oh, sorry, Stuart. Are you gonna? No,
go on, mate. Go.
No, I kind of have to hold my hands up today. I'm not proud of myself today. I made a tweet earlier about, hide the knives, the pills, just the fact that people were selling, a player they could have sold for £7 yesterday are selling for less than £6. And I'm not proud of that tweet. I've not deleted it. I probably should, but I'm very conscious of the psychological side of this game, because, or the psychological impact of, what we've all been through. And yeah, it is, people often go on about trader, and I've done it, like I said, I've done it today myself regarding, scalding traders for selling at like these rock bottom prices. But, who am I to judge? You know what I mean? Like, who am I to say that, people can do what they want, but I don't want people to do something that they'll regret in a few months' time. That was kind of my thinking behind the tweet today. Although I probably wasn't thinking, I was probably more frustrated than anything else.
That's where I think it comes in, Frog, the frustration, isn't it? But I guess, there's probably a story behind every single trade. There's a reason why someone's sold, but it's just, like you say, those frustrations creep in, don't they?
Absolutely. Yeah. And there is a lot of anger out there and frustration as well in the community, because obviously people are looking at all of this and seeing massive downgrades, and that frustration is then targeted at individuals that are seen as undermining or damaging the platform, when actually people just want to have the conversation. And for me, it's about having that conversation, trying to reassure people, explain things why are happening. And it's not about sitting there pointing fingers at each other and shouting, you're stupid, you're an idiot, or you're a malicious bastard trying to undermine the whole platform. That doesn't get us anywhere. And it drowns out pockets of the community that might have valid things to share that people need to hear. Because, certain parts of the community want to have complete control of the narrative. And that's not healthy. The whole point of today's stream is literally anyone can come, send me a message on Twitter, and I will have you on this and you can have your say. This is a completely open chat. This is to help people vent, share, learn, understand what's going on. And, let's not underestimate. My wife works in mental health. She's a frontline mental health professional. There are plenty of mental health services out there in the UK. And if anyone wants to know what's available out there, feel free to drop me a DM and I will try and point you in the direction of what services are available in your area if you are struggling with anything like that at the moment or at any time in the future. So those DMs are open for anyone to come and say hello.
I'll echo that, because the whole mental health thing, it's pretty close to home for me. I've not been shy about it. I've made tweets about it. I've discussed it previously. And I can only talk for myself, but I'm used to fixing myself, if you get what I mean. Like, I've been through this process multiple times since I was a teenager, and I kind of I'm not saying it gets any easier, it doesn't, but in some ways it gets harder. But I'm used to the whole, the way that my mood can change due to different things, and I know that what I need to do, it doesn't mean I always manage to get it done, but I know the processes I need to go through to get back to that happier place. I want to touch on people that 2020 is delivering a lot of mental health problems for people that have never had those kind of problems before, and those are the ones that I worry about, because when you've had like depression and when you've had these kind of troubles, then like I said, you get used to the process, and you get used to trying. Some people just don't know where to turn, and that can lead to some really bad reactions to the negative run we've been on in life with COVID, and obviously the shit show we've been through with FI. So it's I just want people to just talk, just open up, whether it's to a loved one, a friend, a charity, DMing other community people like Stuart just touched on. It's hard. It is really hard. Life kicks you in the balls over and over, and especially when you got money in the index.
Absolutely. Any other thoughts, FI Trader?
No, I think I was just looking at different players then, and I'm just looking at a player now. So like the sort of spread as a buy sell is 20p, but when you look at the sort of the market depth, the sort of the highest bid and the lowest sell is 4p. Where would you sort of look to see the true spread?
Sorry, say the question again. I'm trying to follow.
Yeah, that may have come across confusing. So when you look at the sort of I suppose the average buy and sell price, at the market depth now, you see it at a more granular level, whereas it's not fully reflected. You know what I mean? So the highest bid price and the lowest offer can be a lot smaller spread than what's indicated. So let me just jump on it. I know what you're talking about now. So I was looking at a deal.
So you've got a 24p spread here between between the highest and lowest, but the averages obviously pump that up a bit. So you can see that it's a 46p spread on the averages, but a 24p spread on the two top ends of both of those brackets. It's
not just an observation that spreads aren't necessarily sort of reflective of the market depth, and it's something maybe just worth looking at from time to time to see what the actual spreads are between the highest bid and the lowest offer.
No, and that might be something interesting that FI could play around with, would be like if you had like a volume of shares that you were wanting to buy, that you could kind of set your view up of, I'm looking to buy 10 shares, show me the prices, the buy and sell prices based on 10 shares rather than on 300 shares or 900 shares, wherever it currently sits. I've kind of lost track with the whole damn thing. And then that would give you exactly kind of where you were pricing in. Because at the moment, say if you were to buy 3 shares in Messi, if you click that buy 548 button for free shares and it matches at 534, it's a bit confusing, really, isn't it? It's sort of like, I don't understand how that's happened, because you have to kind of drill in to get to the depth. It is by all means an improvement, but it just complicates the thing even more.
Prior to market depth, I used to sort of knock one up incrementally to see the change in the price, and you could sort of figure it out then. But I just think sometimes the spreads on the front end aren't necessarily that, a bit deeper down. So when you come to sort of, if you're going to do, a lot of trading, something I suppose to sort of think of is that sort of true spread, or more granular spread, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah, and that again shows how we are heading in the direction of this equilibrium point, because you can see at the thin edge of the wedge that spread is closing in. And that's what we want to see. We want to see really nice and tight spreads, because that shows us that the market's alive. It's reached the equilibrium point and money is going to start to move more freely. We'll all be able to trade with a bit more confidence. So it's keeping an eye on those numbers over the coming weeks and having a look in. Now, we've been going for an hour now, so I just wanted to sort of refresh back to a couple of things that I raised right at the start that people should be considering all of this. One is that if we have a look again at let me just get to the right screen and share again. Oh, come on, you stupid thing. So if I share screen and come on, there we go. Right. Jump over to the thing. So where we go to the market and we go to, say, the top 200, and let's just look at any example here. So if we go to highest price, that will be the best example. The problem we've got here is there is obviously still a massive disconnect between expectation and where reality is. So the average offer price for Sancho is £10.10. That means the average price of people trying to sell is 10 quid. And that includes the sales down at £6.80 and probably people up at 15 quid mark. Now, the real world is trading in the £6.30 to £6.80 sort of bracket, probably a bit tighter when you drill to the thin edge of the wedge. But that shows there's still a massive disconnect between what people think they should be allowed to sell at and what people are willing to buy at. And I think it's probably the same people of like, oh yeah, I should be allowed to sell Sancho at 10 quid and I should be able to buy Neymar at 6. It's just, it's the nature of the beast is we all want to bargain, but we also think that we're kind of almost entitled to profits now from the way Football Index has been. And so that's something to monitor over the coming days to see if that average offer price comes down to in line with those buy and sell prices. Because again, that gives us an indication that we are moving towards a more equilibrium market, which has settled on a price point and gives us confidence that we can trade without any kind of concern that it's going to have a severe market shock again. So that's something to keep an eye on. The other thing is this 9-match window of the next 30 days IPDs is going to be driving a lot more trading activity over the next 48 hours than we will see in the coming 2 weeks. So just be prepared for potentially for the liquidity to dry up again a bit for the next 2 weeks once we clear through that 9-day IPD thing, and just keep an eye on it. So just got those out there. So back to you guys. Any thoughts on that, Frog?
I just wanted to. I kind of messaged you quickly, and you got back to me, but I didn't. I'd seen your message before I came on the stream. Regarding the change between the 13th of November announcement and what they've actually done on the 19th. Did you notice that with the 1p to the 5p? Did you see what I meant there?
No, yeah, I was hoping you'd explain that a bit more.
Okay, so the first announcement, it said, this is the bit, it says, on Thursday, the 19th of November, the market will reopen with a new limit to the offer zone. Instead of sitting 1 penny below the buy now price, the offer floor will be lowered to 1 penny above the instant sell price. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then you get, later you go, the new announcement says, instead of sitting 1 pence below the buy now price, the offer floor will be lowered to 5 pence below the buy now price.
Okay. So,
I can't get my head around it. That's why I'm here. I want answers.
Answer me now, damn it! You are meant to be the oracle.
When it comes to the actual mechanics of it all, yeah, I pass the buck.
Right, let's see. Where can I go to get that up on my screen? So news. Let's go to news and let's have a look at the announcement and see if we can get to the bottom of this as a collective. Right, blah blah blah, safer gambling, etc., etc. Oh God, see, this is the thing I hate about Football Index is you go and try and find the actual breaking news, and it's so buried in amongst all of their regular crap that you have to resort to Twitter to try and find out what the hell is going on. So, right, at Football Index, let's see.
I'm just going to DM you now 2 screenshots.
That's brilliant. That will help a great deal. Is this somewhere within this depth of market video then, is it? Is that where you're pulling this info from?
No, sorry, this was just conversations I had earlier, and people were bringing it up with me, and I was like, asking me questions, and I'm like, whoa. Yeah.
I think it is the 1p though, isn't it? I don't think that's changed to a 5p, because when I've gone to sell, it will allow me to sell 1p above the instant sell price. So,
right. So on Thursday 19th, the market will reopen. Instead of sitting 1p below the buy now price, the offers floor will be lowered to 1 penny above the instant sell price. Okay, so that's just the change of where we are. I'm not saying anything about the 5p business.
What's the 5p above though? The second, the other one I sent you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me go to the other one you've sent me. Right, here we go. Trading restrictions eased. Move that box out the way. So instead of setting 1p below the buy now price, obviously be lowered to 5p. The offers floor will be lowered to 5p below the buy now price. Oh, Christ.
is that the limit, the upper threshold?
No, that would be the ceiling. The one, right, where are we? 5 pence below the buy now price is the offers floor. So the offer is where you could, so they've capped it they've restricted it quite a lot then. That can't be right, surely. That would mean that we're only allowed to offer 5p below the buy now price instead of actually freeing the market up.
Yeah, I was
God,
sorry.
what have I done with that? Somehow opened up the coding of everything. Looking inside the back of the matrix. Right. So yeah, let me go and dig around for a second. You chat amongst yourselves for a second while I go and try and actually dig out the actual Football Index narrative from somewhere in their news stream. So
no problem. It's just quite confusing, eh? I just want it to be clear, I'm not claiming to be any expert in markets, and I'm definitely not, but I'm able to learn things and understand things. That just seems very vague, and it's quite frustrating.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right to me, that second one. The first one is quite clear, and that's right, that it's 1p above the low, this instant sell. That one there with the 5p is a bit of a head scratch.
So right, I think
and then when I go into the app to actually have a look, it doesn't seem like it makes. I can't work out what they're trying to say either.
I've just looked at a few different permutations of trying to offer or sell, and I just can't see where there's a 5p. There's a 5p sort of thingy. No, I'm not sure if that's just a bit of duff comms or.
Oh, come on, guys. If there's anyone in the chat that knows where we're missing a trick here, somebody help us out and dig this out. Come on, there must be somewhere who's found the exact blurb that we are rambling on about as we desperately struggle around trying to find exactly what the hell Frog is talking about. So the upper limit of the offer zone is 50 pennies above the buy price. So this is the latest comms that I can find from FI. So let's see what that has to say. So
50p's right.
50 pennies above the buy now price is the upper limit of the offer zone. The lower limit of the offer zone is 1 penny above the instant sell price. Now that's the bit you're saying has changed then, Frog, from the narrative you've got, because that's my understanding of that being the latest comms, is that it is this 1 penny above the instant sell price. And then you've got a floor again if there's no bids available of where that thing will drop into. So
and these floors are individual, yes. Like, you know, like it said in the comms regarding these floors can be different. There's not like a set percentage for each player.
No, it's relative to the. I say it's relative to the player. Yeah, the player's lowest price.
So I'm just trying to think. Basically, what worries me most is people being discouraged from buying players, you know, based on, you know, PB scores early. You know, the whole thing about like, why do I buy now when I can wait till tomorrow and, you know, I'll get it much cheaper, or, you know, even if we take the divs out of the equation, you know, that's the kind of thing I want it to. Like, I want a free market. I think, you know, obviously I'm very new to this sort of trading type thing, but you know, we obviously want flexibility, but you know, we also want people to not be encouraged to not buy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, sorry if that's double negative, but you know what I mean? It's like, I'm worried that people are just look at these players and go, well, no, I'll get them cheaper tomorrow.
Right. So the community and the chat, if you can see the chat, guys, if you go on my YouTube and have it in the background on mute, you'll be able to see the chat there. That they're saying that it is, this 5p thing is there, and that's for the players with no bids. Is that's where you're only allowed to offer 5p below the buy now price, is for players without any sell options there. So it's to put that first sell option on, you're only allowed to put that level in basically as the offer.
So if I go,
makes sense then. I was only looking at players that did have bids and offers, so
yeah,
that makes sense.
Okay, so if you've got a player, let's take one that's not got a sell price. There's lots.
So if you've got that player and you want to offer him to the market, you can only offer 5p below the buy now price on that player if there's no instant sell option available. However, if there is an instant sell option available, you can offer 1p above that instant sell option.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think how that this, you know, obviously it has to be set somewhere, but you know, is that what you'd expect, or is that still encouraging downward pressure, you know, like we've been speaking about?
Well, I think that's basically, it's another way of putting a break into the system to try and, that's where there's no liquidity. So there could be a death spiral because there's nobody willing to buy that player. So it's trying to stop that rapid cascade. So it's kind of acting as that 1p circuit breaker, but it's loosened it a bit, but not too much, because obviously there were so many players without a sell option. They needed some kind of market limiter beyond the circuit breakers that we are seeing. Speaking of circuit breakers, we know for a fact that Answer, Maxim and Bale have hit circuit breakers today. I don't know if anyone else has seen anything, but those two have been verified by Football Index Customer Services.
Stuart, the other one on that one was, I saw that, and what's the name, Index CS sort of confirmed it, but I don't see there was no action against it. I understand if there was market makers or liquidity that acts as a trigger where they then put some, I don't know, money into that player to bring him up or whatever, but they activate the circuit breaker, then they must have reinstated it, because I've got Bale myself. And then I was allowed to put him on, but nothing had changed in his price. So I'm not sure whether it's a set period of time there's that circuit breaker to prevent that spiral, whether it's just suspended selling on him for 30 minutes or something like that.
Well, that's what they've seemed to hint at, because they said that if it was 30 minutes before the end of the trading window, it would roll over to the next day. So that seems to imply that it's a half an hour circuit break, but you know, how long's a piece of string? I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very variable thing that they control themselves, player by player, depending on how sharp the drop was or what's going on.
The only thing I'd say about circuit breakers is my interpretation was that this would be their kind of as much as it's there to, in theory, to protect us. It's like, this is their way of, being able to control it without having eyes on everything 24/7. My only confusion there would be that, football is a very ebb and flow sort of game. So, somebody could go down with a horrific looking injury and everything falls through the floor. Then he actually gets up, he's okay, scores a hat trick and wins PB. At what point when these circuit breakers come on do they take them off? That's that. I see what you're saying about the 30 minutes. But in a game of football, 30 minutes is a long time. I'm sure we'll learn it as we go along, but it's curious. I'm very interested about it.
Interested to see how many, if they do provide any stats on how many they are a month. It'd be really interesting to see how many times it is activated.
Well, right, guys, I've been going for an hour and 20. I'm going to hand over to you guys to run this stream for 5 minutes while I make myself a whiskey, because we are past 4 o'clock. So you guys look after the stream for me for 5 minutes and I will be back.
Whoa.
Frog, who do you expect to tomorrow? Oh, there's 2 games. Is there 2 games? I know there's 2 French games on PSG and that. Who do you think is going to be the first one to sort of, like when you see those massive jumps, who do you think the first player is going to be the one to rock it?
Oh, do you mean do you mean like tomorrow's couple of games, or do you mean from the weekend?
Tomorrow's. I think we got PSG away, aren't they?
Yeah, we've got Stad. We've got obviously I'm a big follower of Rennes. I like the project they've got going there. I really think they're full of really exciting young players, but obviously come tomorrow and with Monaco's defense and PSG have been very what's the Neymar situation? Is he good to go?
I get a bit lost with all the COVID stuff. This is one thing I think that's really going to with this sort of free market and with the market depth. I think you're really going to see where as soon as somebody gets hit with COVID, it's just the demand is just going to get plummet, isn't it? And you're going to see some really, really odd ones. I suppose some people see it as opportunities. But I just don't know on the current status of went through a bit of a mess, didn't they? PSG. It's quite hard to figure out what the lineups would be on who's suspended or who's got COVID.
Yeah, I made a tweet the other day regarding I just got frustrated hearing about all the negativity going, oh, it's just a market correction and all this sort of stuff, and it was like Neymar sitting around £7 and somebody tweeted that he could be around 5 by when today happened, and stuff like that. And I was just looking into it and calculating, and in his last 17 games adjusted for new dividends, he's returned £1.28. In 17 games of football. It's actually bonkers. It's
madness, isn't it? And I was like yesterday. There you go. Yesterday I'm off work this week, so I've been spending a lot of time looking at the dividends and over since the season since the season started and from the start of the year and things like that. And they are frightening, some of the dividends. I mean, I looked at IPDs earlier, and it defaulted to Korea IPDs. Some of them are mental, really are mental.
They really are. The players that have just, I went through the whole kind of 5 times IPD things, and that's resulted in my port having a few guys I probably wouldn't normally have had.
Same.
But then you look at it I've got 200 Neil Mope, but it's 150 quid's worth I've made back in divs already, and then it's obviously I think that was 5 times, but there's other guys that I think Gagliardini returned his full value in 1 game of football, and it's obviously they're lower price, there's higher risk with the lower price ones, but I believe in my ability to pick decent ones, so.
With FI, you find that every dog has its day, and you'll get a random player that's done nothing for a year that will sort of pull out a really good PB score. There'll be a great demand. I just think, the over 3 years, and I hate this sort of 3 year sort of thing, but there'll always be an exit point.
Can we touch on that then?
I was going to say, I think it's probably worth saying. This 3 year bet.
My tweet the other day.
It seems quite mythical,
that's how I say it. It makes me so angry. It's just like I don't get it. I've never got it. I've never understood it from day one. I've never believed any explanation I've ever been given. I just don't see it. I honestly, in terms of how it actually plays out, people holding for 3 years, I think that's a very small percentage, or, a relatively small percentage. Or I think people who do want to hold long term will refresh at some point for one reason or another, a 9-game period like we have now with IPDs, whatever it may be. But so the actual number of people holding for 3 years, I think is not much. But the psychological, or from the marketing perspective, I just don't get it. I don't get what they keep saying it. They've said it in their latest comms, so they still, even though they've never acted on it or implemented it, but they still look like they're going to go down that path eventually. And it just drives me bonkers. I just don't understand.
Do you think the purpose of it is to force sales? Is that the?
I think that's what they maybe did in the beginning, but they're long past that. Maybe that was the logic. Okay, if we tell people. Sorry?
I don't think they need that type of mechanism in place. I think, as you said, it's a very small minority that will keep a player for 3 years. Even if that's your intentions, there'll be something, an injury or, something, a transfer that makes you sort of recycle that share or to palm them off.
Exactly. There's always going to be something, that, within that time frame that's going to make you, at least sell that player, and then you'll maybe, I've held the same players multiple times. I don't have an issue doing that. I'm, if I can get out a price that I like and then get back in, or for whatever reason it may be, it's just so pointless and self-defeating, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they would do themselves a favour just to remove that. I think it'd be a quick win, but low-hanging fruit. Just can it, and I think it'll go down quite well.
Oh, I think it would be massive. I think people would just love it.
Yeah, because then, sorry, mate. I think then people wouldn't be working dividends over 3 years. They would be doing it over career, wouldn't they? And I think then your yields sort of calculations come out a lot differently, although you could do it and then minus the 2% each 3 years. I just think it makes for an easier, nicer looking yield over the career.
Yeah, I think there's some talk in the chats that's kind of explaining how the Football Index office manages to cock things up quite so much. Apparently they get free beer at work whenever they feel like it, so that's going to be a recipe for a disaster at any point.
Yeah, I don't get obviously the 2% every 3 years, but Sportstack have launched, and they've come out with this career divs, and it's this is a big thing that they're hanging their hat on and going, look at us, we're different. I genuinely believe that the FI has that already, that it's just they keep hammering on occasionally about this 3 year bet, or traders have been are that used to talking about a 3 year bet, and it's just a nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, if they was coming out with a career bet sort of thing, I just think it would go down a lot better.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And if as you said, Sportstack, as you said, hanging their hat on that, it's a career sort of bet. I just think, just fall in line with it. It'll make people a lot happier, get people on your side a bit more.
Yeah, I've heard some people go on about is it something to do with their aspirations to be a regulated financial market? I can't answer that, but that's one of the things that I've heard put out there. Obviously, with all the other things about it's because of the gambling commission. That's a load of shit. That's just nonsense. That's just bollocks from day one. But the Adam Cole's dreams, is that connected to it? I don't know. I'm just guessing.
So guys, we've got a guy called Eamon, who's dialed in. Eamon, do you want to take yourself off mute and share your views as you've dialed in?
Yeah, hi guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
First of all, basically, I just want to say I think Football Index done a really good job of bringing this new system out. I updated the app last night, and it was sort of like half there. Like there were some things that were new, and you could tell it was going to look nice. I think they've done a really good job with the depth. I think that the 5 layers, I think it works perfectly at the minute. Long term, they'll probably need to bring in more, but I think for what we have now, I think it's perfect. I'm really excited about the future, although I think without any really good liquidity, I don't think the market can go up. I think we might get some raises and then it'll come back down. I think market makers are a must, and I think until they come in, I think we could have some spurts of growth and things come back down again.
Yeah, I think it is going to take a while to stabilize around this equilibrium point, and that is going to really help everyone. Just got to quickly say thanks to John because he's just given us a retweet. Thanks, John.
I'm glad. Sorry, is the name Eamon? Is it?
Yeah.
I'm glad you've come in because you're bringing some positivity to the table. That was usually when I used to do when I would do pods with John Nellis. That was my job. But maybe I've spent too much time with Debbie Downer himself. So thanks for coming on, me.
My thing is, like at the start, like even a couple of months ago, I was like so positive, and I still am. I think like long term that it can't heal, it can't. But for me, it's the biggest thing for me, sort of like getting to grips with what's going on is just when you can distance yourself from the sort of the money aspect. Once you get past the fact that it's money and just think of it as like a number on the screen, it just becomes much easier to sort of like go about it as in a different way. When you start overthinking things about how much you're losing, it can just completely destroy you. And once you sort of distance yourself from the emotional aspect and just attack it in a sort of like more strategic way, I think it just makes things a lot easier for me anyway.
Yeah, it can do, but it is that delicate balance of obviously trying not to completely detach yourself from it, because you do need to sort of keep that reality check in there around, right, it is real money. I do need to be careful with it. But I do get your point as well of like probably not checking it every 5 seconds and therefore getting yourself really stressed out about short-term market movements when there is the option to correct itself. I think the real horror that is yet to happen to the community really is sort of like a Mbappe, Sancho leg breaker injury that will cause a real market shock. And hopefully we won't see it. Hopefully that won't come. But it's a possibility. And that's where we've also got to be careful with not over leveraging ourselves in any one area or any one player, is that every single player on the index is one horrible injury away from that money basically being gone at the moment. Now that instant sell safety net is gone.
That's exactly it. It's like, but that's I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Like, so if shit happens, like bad things do happen. So that's the whole. You're right about like not going too big in one or two players and maybe spreading your risk around a bit. That there's I've always had a decent number of players between 50 and 100 anyway. So it's always been my strategy. I did go a bit aggressive at one point where I had a lot less players, but generally. I'm generally hunting down the PB. And to touch on what Eamon said, it's like, it's like the positivity around long term. Like I still have that. I am frustrated. And I'm not getting angry about my money. I could get angry about my money because I recently lost my job. So it's the first time I've been unemployed in forever. And I'm struggling to find something that I want to go into. So I've got a lot of reasons to be annoyed about where we are, but I'm also still very positive long term. But I just want I want to feel that we're on the right path. That's all I want. And like today, as Eamon said about the way it looks and it does look, it looks good. It looks good. And we just need that positivity back that will create that engagement again. And that's only going to come from liquidity, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think go on, sorry.
I was actually just gonna say about like promos and stuff. In terms of like deposit bonuses and stuff, do you think they'll wait until market makers come in, or do you think they might do something now to sort of boost the market while this new system's come in?
Personally, I think they're done with deposit bonuses.
I'll jump in there, Stuart. Sorry, mate. I've seen correspondence between a guy this week from a senior account manager saying what sort of deposit bonus type thing would encourage you to deposit again. Oh, what would it take what kind of offer would it take to encourage you again? And his reply back was like, nothing, no gimmick offer. Don't hit us with any DBs. Fix what needs to be fixed.
Yeah. I mean, I can see why they do it, because it's a short-term fix to try and pump liquidity into the market from the market, but that they do seem to be gradually easing away from those. I mean, 2 years ago, it was kind of like clockwork. Every 3 months, you guarantee a deposit bonus. You'll probably still get one every year on the FI birthday, because that seems to have become a trend, and people are probably going to bank around that. But beyond that, I think they are trying to move away from that. Basically, I think they're trying to move away from anything where they're propping up the market or offering anything from a investment side other than dividends. That's what they're trying to move away from. And that's why they got rid of instant sellers. They just want to get rid of as many liabilities as possible and leave it purely on the dividend side of things. I could be wrong, but that's just my take on it.
I mean, they've got the rebate on it there at the moment, haven't they? They've introduced the bids, the commission on bids. But yeah, I couldn't imagine any deposit bonuses.
I hope not, because I don't think it works. It's like going back to 5 times. I think that 5 times was a joke. I think that it was totally the wrong thing at the wrong time, because it kind of gave you a false reality. And
I think also it fuels this sort of statement that FI need promotions to prop up the company and things like that. So I totally agree with you, Frog. And I think it's been mentioned loads of times on Twitter, just to have a promotion-free period. And let the dividends on offer incredible. Let that sell the market. Let that drive the sort of the business to it.
I think in the early days like I've been on a couple of years, and people have obviously been on longer, but I think in the early days when it's such a bull market, when everything's just like flying, you can throw these things in and everyone just loves them and all this sort of stuff. But when you start throwing them in now, when you've got like this period of like uncertainty and negativity, then all you're doing is like, okay, in theory, some people will pick up a deposit bonus and go for it, and there will be money in entering the market, but psychologically people are also thinking to themselves, well, it's not real, it's not like this is only happening because we've got a deposit bonus. So like once the deposit bonus is over, then everything will be shit again. And that's not what we need. We need it to be working efficiently, effectively, as it should do, not normally, as it will continue to do for the years to come. And no sort of offer fixes shit right now, I don't think.
No, and that's the point, isn't it? What we're lacking is the longer term stabilized liquidity, and all of these sticky plasters just give us false dawns and false hopes and continue to overinflate the market and prolong the overall general agony, which we need to get through to get to equilibrium, get to the market being stabilized, and then liquidity will actually come, hopefully with some more market makers as well. And that's where it then stabilizes, regrows, and we can all push on happy and confident that we know kind of where the market sits. I still don't think we know where the market sits. So you can see that by those spreads between the buy and sell price and the average offer price. But time is going to get us there. But are people going to hang around and wait for it? That's the question.
I think as well with the deposit bonuses, you get this sort of sense of feeling that come the end of the deposit bonus period, a load of people withdraw. So people start selling off just before, and it drives a bit of anxiety and panic. So I just don't think they're any good for anyone, really.
No, it does drive, and it also encourages people to over leverage themselves, because people are obviously trying to free up funds for a very short, precise period to get in on that deposit bonus. And that means that people are possibly more vulnerable, more likely to put in more money than they can actually afford to lose at any given time, because they're trying to get that scraped deposit bonus. I mean, I know that they are starting to offer in a few things into there. So there are people basically saying after you do a big deposit, after a deposit bonus, because I did one at that 8% one, I got FI contacting me personally and saying, are you all right? Are you happy with the amount of money you are putting into the index? Would you like to be referred to the gambling commission for safer gambling and everything else? That's all great, but that's kind of after I've put the money in and spent it. So yeah. It's kind of after the horse has bolted, really.
It's also ridiculous to be asking people those kind of questions when we've just gone through what we've gone through over the past few months. Like, how can you check up on people if they're I know they have to do that. It's part of the whole gambling commission thing, and it's right. People, they should be looking after people, because bookies generally don't, and so I'm all for it in the grander scheme of things, but in the context of the last few months, it just seems ridiculous. It's like you've got the cheek to ask me if I'm okay. It's mental. And like, I've seen a comment coming down from, I think it was Matt, what's his name, Matt Stewart, who's saying about the deposit bonus, how it can piss people off who haven't got money. And there's a lot of people, so like you're segregating the community there, in the sense that people who have and people who don't, and it's so true.
There's a spell when it wasn't inclusive either, was it? I mean, was it Ireland or something that wasn't liable?
No, that. John and his pals, they always get shafted.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I just don't get why. It was about a license, obviously some kind of like legal thing, and I'm like, Ireland is like the gambling capital of the world. Like, what can't be allowed in Ireland? I don't understand it.
Just a quick segue, guys, because the first person has decided to donate some money towards funding the software required to purchase this stream. So big thank you to whoever you are. It seems to have been done for a company name, so I'm not sure who that is. And I will just quickly do my little 1 second plug again. If you would like to donate towards the cost of this stream, because it cost me 80 quid of software, the donate button is on the main page. It's right there. Any money that comes in that goes over the cost of the software will go to the hashtag Div for Kids charity initiative. I'm in contact with FI Canary to process any additional funds that end up in that bank. Thank you. Back to talking about the market. Off you go, guys.
I'm just laughing quick. Oh yeah, fire in, mate. Sorry.
Right, we're going down a bit of sort of conspiracy theory territory here. Right, I've been thinking of it. Right, and obviously COVID played a huge part in what's happened to the market. But obviously with COVID coming in, and then they sort of paused the whole instant sell thing. I was thinking, do you think if COVID hadn't have happened, they would have kept instant sell going till now? Then it sort of would have just seamlessly transitioned into this whole new system, and nobody would have known the wiser.
100%. 100. I totally agree with you.
Yeah,
it's bad luck. I think just the way things have played out.
It certainly did feel like it got rushed towards the end because of that, and it is quite sinister because you know, that was the point where people were most vulnerable and probably most needed to get their cash out. So, you know, to strip that blanket away at the point where people were losing their jobs and the economy was tanking, it's fairly dark from their perspective, as far as I'm concerned. They could have taken that here. I mean, if you look at the profit and loss for them, their 2018 accounts look bloody brilliant. The liabilities to the assets spread, they were sitting on plenty comfortable ground in 2018, which is the last date available. So, you know, it didn't seem like it needed to be rushed, but you don't know what they've promised their funders. I know there was a whole Cedars campaign. Thank you, Simon Hegarty, for your donation towards this stream. God bless you, sir. You are helping to make my wife not want to murder me anymore. Speaking of which, in about 15 minutes, there will be a small segue transition while I migrate to a different room of the house to prevent any child/wife interruption of the stream. So just be prepared for that. Crack on, guys. Back where you were.
Just well, I think Nasdaq. Sorry, Nasdaq. I think I'm reading as I'm talking. I think COVID was huge, and like, you know, I'm not sure. Like, everyone congratulated them on turning off IS, and yeah, if that's what prevented everything falling to bits, then like I'm all for it. I'm not sure. I'm long past thinking about that. But in terms of the whole move towards, my big issue is that, okay, they came in, whether it was, you know, obviously heard on the pod between Adam Cole and that Akash guy, and you're like, they're going on about how they came in and like, oh, they take the opportunity to, you know, of the world being shut down to build the matching engine and all that. That's all very well, but why did you only build half of it and introduce it? And like, it's back. It's that decision right there, along with doing it without liquidity, that's led us on this, you know, path that we've been on for months of just like negativity and lack of trust is just being eroded bit by bit, and I just think it's avoidable. And I go back to what Eamon said. I think if COVID hadn't have happened, we'd be in a much better spot. But, you know, we are where we are, and like, we can't moan about that. But because COVID, we can't stop COVID. But it just annoys me that even though that they can't control COVID, I still think there's a lot of things that they could have done better.
I agree, Frog. And when I look at the, I've worked in both waterfall and agile project delivery, and I think that as a feature, you would never ever sort of deploy it into a live environment separately. I don't, just the way it's sort of, I don't know that much about order books, but as a feature to an end user, that user experience, I just can't imagine why that would get in any project delivery methodology. You would deliver it like that. Yeah,
it was half. Sorry, Eamon, you up or go?
I was just going to say, I think they sort of rushed these things to sort of, maybe it's going to sound harsh, but like to sort of try and keep people on the platform. Like, if something new's coming, it'll stop people from wanting to leave as much. So I think they sort of maybe tried to rush these new systems out just to try and keep people on that little bit longer.
Very controversial issue. There is a guy in the chat called British Moral HQ who claims to be a former FI employee. I don't know if you've been reading it as we've been going on. He's had a lot to say about things, but he is claiming that LP001 is not a liquidity provider and is Football Index themselves underwriting the market.
Oh, Jesus.
If that is true, they are doing a shit job at it.
I 100% agree with that. I've thought that for ages. Caleb Hale, LP001. All that carry on. That's FI. That is FI.
That's quite comical. That was, wasn't it? Where's so and so?
It was hilarious.
Well, I thought I saw it recently. Actually, I think it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. Something LP001 coming to save the day. It has generated a bit of comedy.
Yeah. Well, if you don't laugh, you know.
Right.
Exactly. So yeah, no, it's we are still smiling, but yeah, it's I don't know why why yeah, we're going back over the same stuff again. But like if LPO 001 is FI, which like most of us believe it is, then why is he quiet? Where's he gone?
As well, I mean, when you thought about the way he was doing it, I mean, this was when the one half of the order book was in. Instead of putting bids in to sort of close the spreads, he was buying from market, wasn't he? Which was, I don't know, it just wouldn't. If that was me, I wouldn't be buying from market because it was encouraging people to chance their luck if they saw him knocking about to list to market and then undercut each other. Whereas if they would have took the approach in put in higher bids in to close the spreads, I just think I don't know.
Well, no, you're absolutely right, and that is the thing. It's like basically that set in motion this whole everyone listing, and we've got to a point now where like I said earlier, I've been vocal today about people like selling for low, but in terms of just the because of the way dividends are. But in terms of the listing, that whole months where everyone was listing, that was exactly why they're doing it. Just on the off chance that LP comes back and buys my player. And like, it's just created such a negative mindset.
It's like a culture, isn't it? I think John's even called it out that, why wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I just sort of, if I don't want to sell him anyway, and it's not going to hurt me, why don't I just whack it in on the buy now, even if there's no bids coming in? If I get lucky, I get lucky. And people do accidentally buy now, don't they? It's quite, I think it's more common than what people think, that people, get a bit trigger happy with their fingers and accidentally buy from market. So it is a culture thing now, I think, though. People, how can I put it? People just want to get it as cheapest as they can. And I think this is where we are at the moment. That's people aren't snapping up those, even though they're really good value, they feel they can get it cheaper. And I think you touched on it, Frog, is there's this sort of mentality where people think, well, if I don't buy now, I may miss on those deals, but I know I'll get them cheaper in a day or two. Or, I think it's just a bit of a culture at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree.
So just to drop the next bomb on the table, what do people think about the issuance curve? Now, personally, I think this is pouring petrol on the lack of liquidity fire, shall we say? But I don't know if you guys have got any view on it.
I'll get my part out of the way right away. This issuance curves is on my list. It says with next to it says refer to Noir. So
I don't think I've got a full grasp of where I've heard it being bandied about. And I suppose the way I think it is, it's around the issuance of futures, and when that happens, that's how I sort of see it. And I mean, going back to, I'm trying to think what it was in the old money, and I certainly don't know what it is in the new money, in the new system, as in if, the issuing of new shares or the minting of new shares, when that happens and what price they are issued at.
And that's the main problem, I think, is that literally FI have kind of left this steaming pile of shit on the table of, hey guys, we're going to continue to throw shares into this market, and that will stop you from selling because we're going to be selling some extra shares into market via a random issuance curve. But we're not going to give you any degree of insight, knowledge, or information about exactly how this issuance curve might work, at what point it might activate, on what players. So for example, for me, the top like 5-10 players on the index should not have any new shares issued for the foreseeable future. They are trading at 50% below their market peak. They should not be printing any more shares. That needs to stabilize seriously. I can understand it if, say, some new 18-year-old gets IPO'd on the market and everyone thinks that he is the next Messi and is all trying to buy him. That's where there needs to be some share issuance.
Right, so that is one of them, isn't he?
Yeah, so to stop it getting into some horrible death spiral of like he spikes up to like 90 quid and then crashes down to £1 when it proves out that he's not the next Messi. I can understand issuance on that sort of scenario, but they've just left it far too vague for my liking. Of it's just a genuine issuance across the entire market whenever we feel like it. Which is deeply concerning, because that just means that they could do it at any price point at any time. And, we already know that there's an issue with liquidity. And if they're taking up some of that liquidity by them also selling, and they can price it wherever they get their money, because they'll know where to put it in to instantly match their stuff. That's where my skeptical concern lies with it, really, is that it's almost like this dark art lingering in the background, waiting to come and give us a brief stabbing whenever they feel like their cash flows are drying up a bit. So,
do you think we'll sort of get a little bit of insight into that potentially over the weekend? For example, if, as you said earlier, you get that player that scores 2 goals in the first 20 minutes, if you've got the market depth open and there is no supply, and you know what I mean, I think you can start seeing if that's, one, if that's in place, and two, is there a way of measuring it by, by seeing, I don't know, the value going up or something like that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. It'd be a great way to monitor the situation, is looking, the first player that scores this hat trick over the weekend, that would be a really good one to monitor to see what happens there. Is it that, because you'd think that if people are actually managing the market and they like this player, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be pulling all their sell orders, and people will be pumping higher and higher buy orders to try and get into this guy. So we should see a real cascade of price upwards in a positive feedback loop. If we suddenly start seeing like 300-400 shares magically appearing on at like 5p above the price or whatever, that to me says FI are dipping into the issuance and they're just pumping out more shares.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking when I mentioned at the start of the sort of stream, that I think if we get some really high sort of score, PBs scores, or, a first half hat trick, something like that, because the walls are so thin, you should be expecting to see huge sort of jumps up in price. Now, if that player is flying, sort of flying through the ticker, but there's no supply there in the depth market, they're obviously minting those shares. And it'll be really, like as you said, an interesting one to monitor. I'll have all sorts of screens open, sort of tracking that to see, and it would get you then a feel for. The thing is, they can't mint them at a lower price, surely, because
that's what. Sorry.
They've got to mint them at the going price, otherwise people are being ripped off, aren't they? Or someone's. So it's a really interesting one.
That's the thing. There's nothing. They have no limits. They can print wherever they want, as far as I understand it. Yeah.
Like I always maybe this is purely a layman's perspective, but I always just assumed that they wouldn't be doing that until players had reached previous peaks. I always thought there wouldn't be any of this going on. The only action would be going on would be between the shares in each player that's in circulation until that player reaches the point where they've never been before. Maybe that's naive. That's just the way I interpreted it.
I mean, I think back to my sort of FIFA days. I know it's a totally different type of thing, but same concept, where you've got sort of no supply and demand. As soon as a player came up, it got sniped straight away. And I just think it should stay there as if nobody's selling, nobody's selling, and the seller can then really dictate what price they want. And once again, it would find that that meeting point, wouldn't it? If you listed them at a ridiculous price and nobody's going to pay, you keep coming down until that someone's willing to meet it. I just don't think there should be any issuance of, as you said, existing shares. There is that IPO, you've got to have it, but it's understanding what are the sort of volumes against that IPO. But really interesting one, how that's going to play out.
like a lot of things with FI, I with issue and scarcity and stuff, because we're moving to the new system. The old system, well, thinking back of turkeys for Christmas when we don't know how many shares are actually in circulation. It's really weird to look back there, but I always felt that they would have some sort of transparent, honest, in plan in place in terms of how they're going to be, when they're going to be minting new shares, etc. I feel that that's essential long term, but yeah.
I absolutely agree with you that is the way it should be done, but I don't know. I just feel like my trust with I absolutely believe in the product. My trust in the execution of the people behind the product and their arrogance around the whole thing just leads me to think that there's not going to be that transparency that we all want. Hey, we've got another guy that wants to dial in, so I just need to send him the link.
I was just going to say, Stuart, I think for everybody that's listening, I think it's just be very wary if you do have a player that has a mad performance and that's got no supply in it, but people buying him, I would avoid buying him, because you may well be sort of trapping yourself where those shares could be, really high in volume, and then come the following day or when the PB's played out, there's just a massive oversupply. So I think it's just something, if they do that, I think it's wrong, but if they do it, they do it. But I think, you can't influence it or control it, but you can be wary of it, and I would just avoid those, because it is a bet at the end of the day. You avoid that type of bet. That's what I would personally.
How do you know though? Like how does the like most of us are average Joes, we're obviously trying to learn the trading game and learning bit by bit. But how do you know when that's because I wouldn't like to discourage people from buying players on good performances.
I think if you're looking at the depth market or the market depth and there's no supply, but that player's flying through the ticker, they've got to be doing shares. So in that instance, you're getting all these new shares into the market, and I personally wouldn't buy them, because I know there's a potential the next day that you've got this oversupply of shares. Then that's what my personal approach would be. But it's something worth tracking,
I guess there's a lot of different parts to it though. It's like, if you're buying that, if you're trying to do day trading and short trading and I get what you're talking about, but then maybe I quite often have my eyes on players, and then I'll watch. I'm generally buying early, like before games kick off or anything like that. But I don't generally try and flip quickly or anything. Or in the old system, I definitely didn't. But I would personally be less worried about it. Maybe I should be more worried about it, like you're saying. But I don't generally try to flip very much. So I don't know if that's relevant.
That's it. And it is like, no, I say, like you said, I don't think it's a problem for those flipping, because if you're looking, especially if it's in the first quarter, for first half, you've got plenty of time to flip that player. If you can see that that's FI minting new shares, then all you're going to do is keep them for 10 minutes because you're sort of flipping them. I don't think it's a problem. I just think if you're buying those shares, there's going to be more in circulation, and like we've seen in Sancho, there's that potential that you've got an oversupply there. I just think it's something to be wary of, or just to have in the back of your mind. As you say, I wouldn't discourage people, but
it's so many things to consider. I mean, I personally always think that people should be looking at now, especially we've got this open, transparent, free data. The football index data thing is perfect. It gives us all the data we need for free. You have no excuse not to go and do your homework on it. And that's great, because that means you can start to look for those bargains before they come off, because it drives me mad seeing people going, oh, this guy's got hit 200 PB today. Today's the day I buy him. Or even worse, last night he won PB. I'm going to buy him today. I guarantee that 9 times out of 10, he is not going to win PB for 3 more months. And a month down the road, you're going to go, oh, he didn't win PB. I'll instant sell him to free up the liquidity, and I'll buy whoever won PB last night. And you'll never win PB. You need to look ahead and look at who's getting those right scores, buy them in advance, sit on them and wait, and just let it naturally take care of itself. Buying them the day after they've won is the worst time to buy them, personally, in my opinion, because they're going to be overly inflated on price, and it's going to take quite a long time, generally on balance, for them to win PB again. So just look at the data.
Unless they're called Max Arnold, obviously, like that goes without saying, because they win it more. He wins it more regularly. Now I'm just teasing. I'm just making a wee Max Arnold joke. I can't go a pod without a Max Arnold joke.
I mean, I think the anomaly there was actually Teji Savinier or KDB last season. I think KDB won it 6 times in a row. And Teji certainly won it twice in the space of a month at the start of the season. People know I love Teji. If you look at my Twitter, all I ever bang on about is Teji. When I went to the racing, when I got a free ticket from Football Index, all I talked about on the bus was Teji Savinier.
yeah, no, absolutely. I would. The only thing I'd say to maybe counter a little bit in a way that what you said is that people need to also have patience. People often buy a player, he has a poor game, and they think they've got to get rid. And I'm just I don't get why everyone needs instant success. There's players play 40, if they're playing in Europe, 40, 50 games a season, obviously 30 to 38 if they're not, and plus all the obviously next year, the year, I feel people need to also have a bit more patience with players at times. Obviously not everyone's going to win PB. We're going to make bad bets. That is going to happen, but that's part of it. You just need more good bets and bad bets, and you'll do well.
And you used to see people selling them off after 30, 40 minutes, don't you? It is madness when you see some of the activity.
Yeah, absolutely. The lack of patience, but then the flip side of that is if they keep doing that, that's creating commission. So it depends which way you look at it.
It is, and I thought what it is, people don't. I think people lose sight of the actual commission, the pain on that, and that sort of over and over again, it really generates. You can generate a huge loss. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah,
I was guilty of overtrading. Very much so. In the early days, I would be, it took a few harsh lessons to go, okay, mate, you need to just show a bit more patience in your players, and or maybe not show more patience in players. It would be more a case of, I found another player I want to buy, so I've got to free up funds, and it doesn't always work out positively.
Exactly the same as you. Those early days, it's. And if it's quite novel, if you are new to it and it's a novelty, I think, you want to get involved in everything. And I think what you find is, or historically, is people want to get on every single riser, especially if people start to see it on the old ticker where, it was X amount of shares that moved it on a penny. You would start seeing this sort of real momentum and snowball effect where everybody was getting onto them, and people would sell up just to get onto that rise. And you can't get on every rise, can you? And you just got to accept that.
But the old system was just so beautifully set up just to fly. I mean?
Yeah.
It was just made to grow, and it was easy, and that's not the case anymore. So it is a different game.
People needed. Oh, go on, mate.
A guy called Thomas has just joined us because he said he only had 5 minutes, and I've probably left him in the bloody lobby for about 10. So let's let him have a quick say while I grab a Coke.
Hi guys. Thanks for having me on. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I got you, Tom.
Yeah, good stuff. So I just wanted to bring up some of the points that this British Mole HQ has been saying in the comments, because I'm just amazed by some of the stuff I'm seeing here, and I think he is spot on. I mean, obviously, we don't know for definite that he is, actually an ex-Football Index employee. But my guess is that he is, and that it's legit, because I spoke to Football Index yesterday for like the first time in a couple of years. I had a good chat with them, and to be honest, it seems like they're trying to find a way around the problems with liquidity, because they can't bring in the market makers until Nasdaq comes in, and I don't think that's going to happen for apparently like 8 months, according to this British Mole HQ. I had sort of March, April in my mind, but sounds like it's going to be even longer if this is true. And so if we've not got liquidity from like anything external, Football Index seem reluctant to kind of come in with the instant sell. The person I was talking to at Football Index yesterday was kind of asking me, how can we find a way to provide more liquidity? So we were thinking of some ideas, like one thing I said, and this was a bit rogue, but how about Football Index pay out like a percentage bonus of your net deposit since you started an FI, and let users provide the liquidity themselves, and you have that as like a credit where you have to buy shares or something like that. So I just wondered if you guys had any other kind of ideas around this sort of question of how can we provide liquidity without it going through the external market makers.
Yeah.
Well, on you go now.
$1 million question.
Well, I mean, to be honest, there isn't any golden bullet, or sorry, silver bullet to this, because the only way you can get liquidity driven by traders is by getting them to put more cash in. Now, people who believe in this platform will probably throw in as much cash as they possibly can. So then it's back to, right, how do we get new traders in? And then you're in a chicken and egg situation where anyone who's new to the market or has joined the market in the last 3 months has probably been badly burnt by the entire experience and jogged on. And so that has then meant that we're not getting any growth in things. Sorry, I've got my wife sitting there staring at me judgmentally. Sorry about that. And I'm going to move upstairs in a second so that... Sorry?
So what are we doing about food?
Sort something out. I don't know. So you guys talk amongst yourselves for 5 minutes. I'm just going to go and sort this out, and then I'll be right back.
I'm currently trying to find the, like, there was an idea floated around by, it was actually Logic and Cal that were talking about it, and it was about credit, getting credit back for, I'm not exactly sure, selling players and basically in a credit type situation. Honestly, I would like to say what they meant until I read it. But yeah, I'm sure there are things that they can do in terms of a credit type, system that keeps the money in the index. But yeah, it's a tough one. It really is a tough one.
I think there is legs in that, but like you say, for something that's sustainable, and when you think of how many players are on the index, I don't know, it is a hell of a lot to try to, it's almost like you're bridging a gap, isn't it? I'm not too sure. It's a really, really challenging one, in my view, to sort of, how do you provide liquidity? It's been a long-standing problem, hasn't it? Really challenging one. Great question, but real challenging one to
I found the thing from Logic where it says, I think there isn't much context here. I'm sure he's written about it else, but idea off the top of my head, a system where you can IS shares to FI, but with vouchers that have to be spent on other players. He did a poll on 60-40 against the idea. I'm not, I guess, is that trying to take some shares out of the equation because they feel that there's like too many shares in circulation? There's like a scarcity issue. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the base is behind it.
Sounds like a similar model to Footstock, where you can sort of cash in your redundant players for credit.
Yeah.
So if you want to discard a share, that you get a percentage back into a credit, so it can be reinvested. But does that mean you're removing that share from circulation? I don't know. I certainly think there's things that can help, but I suppose it would be an interim type liquidity sort of solution, wouldn't it?
I get. Yeah, well, that's it. It's like basically, okay, so you're thinking people sitting there with loads of like plenty holds that they feel that they're never ever going to see their money back in again type thing.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how much IPDs and divs pulls through, how much is reinvested. I mean, I don't think that can sort of support the liquidity. And I think what Stuart said, it's yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one.
Oh, right, guys, I'm back. I've just sprinted up 2 flights of stairs, back and forth to migrate upstairs. So I'm now up in the loft that FI paid for. So here's FI.
Bit of a positive.
Yeah, just to show that, you know, there are some winners out there. But yeah, the liquidity side of things, it's all about stability, really. If we can get the market stable, the liquidity will come from traders as, you know, they get more cash or we get more people come in. The problem at the moment is it's so bloody volatile that anyone that's new gets scared off and gets burnt and leaves. And anyone that's here, it's kind of like, oh, I'm not going to put my money in now because it'll be worth 5p less tomorrow and 5p less the day after that. And so nobody ever wants to put money in. And so it becomes this horrible self-fulfilling prophecy where, you know, there's that liquidity problem is just going to square itself thing. And I agree with the comments that it is fairly shocking that they are coming to people to, you know, ask for liquidity options. Sorry, I'm just reading some of the comments about 5 minutes ago when my wife was giving me a bollocking for not sorting out dinner. You know, Vespi, I think I had myself on mute and he didn't even, he still managed to call exactly what I'm getting told off for. So, well, good insights there. But yeah, you know, it is, like I said, we need to get, in fact, I'm just going to share my screen. So I'm going to bring up the thing I brought up and created for Black Sunday, basically. So let's go to my graphics.
The thing, Stuart, like over the sort of coming weeks, or you know, over this say 9 week, or you know, this non-IPD period and that sort of thing, that if prices aren't dropping day on, you know, day after day, then it shifts that culture of people thinking, well, I'm not going to get him cheaper tomorrow, and I have to actually pay more for him tomorrow. And that would drive us away from that culture of people, you know, holding back, or, you know, as Frog said, knowing that they could get it cheaper the next day, they won't buy into it.
And that's exactly it. So basically, this is I don't know. Can you guys see this diagram? Basically, so
yeah,
this is the negative feedback loop we're on at the moment, where we've basically got reduced market confidence that then drives a lack of liquidity, which then reduces market confidence and then leads to a lack of liquidity. And, you know, they've got the macroeconomic climate on top of that, you know, market shocks, people exiting, Black Sunday, damaging confidence even further. The positive thing about this loop is if you can kickstart it in reverse by just providing that liquidity, the whole thing then spirals the other way. And that's why I said that on that stream that Football Index should have just stepped in, quietly provided some liquidity, and then that kicks that into the reverse loop where the liquidity's there. I've got confidence. I can buy now because I've got liquidity, which provides liquidity. And then Football Index could just gradually ease out the market quietly. Nobody knew they were there. And that's how it works. But we're so stuck in this negative climate. And that's why there's all this doom and gloom in the community. And that's why people are sniping at anyone that has the audacity to dare question the product or where we are, because they know that this happens, and anything that damages market confidence reduces liquidity.
It's like, sorry.
It just becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
And it's easy to say we can fix this in the reverse, but it requires a real big liquidity injection to flip it in reverse.
Well, it does now. It maybe didn't back, you know, a few months back or whatever. It maybe took a lot less. But let's go back to the Mike Bohan comment from 2019, where you know to go through this process from the old system to the order books, they knew they would have to provide the liquidity. They've not done it. like, like LP001 and all that stuff. It's obviously not been anywhere near enough. So like, it's not like they didn't know that they needed to do this. So like, I think all of the things we're talking about, like the comment that was about in terms of vouchers or whatever it may be, we're all touching around the same thing. It all comes back to liquidity. That's all. We're just trying to brainstorm ways where we can get money flowing in the market, and until that point, it's not great.
Can I come in again quickly?
Yeah,
Man.
I was just going to say, it was about the comment I made earlier about the COVID thing. I think that they thought they would have had way longer to get the liquidity. Like, I think like order books and stuff weren't supposed to come in this early. So I think that they were thinking they probably had till mid next year to get a good bit of liquidity, and now they have to sort of rush it, and everyone's expecting it now.
I just don't understand why they can't be they've made all the money off us. They're the second fastest growing tech company in the UK. They're you know what I mean? Like, why? Like, if they can't get the external liquidity, why can't they do it internally? I don't. That's what I keep questioning.
Yeah, I've got some questions in the chat. So we've got some guy called Duncan asking, Tom Molyneux, are you a big trader? Because you're the first person he's heard that's had a dialogue with FI in quite some time.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Well, I don't have the biggest portfolio in the world, but I've been on since February 17, and I have like a daily Football Index podcast. So I think it's just the fact that I'm creating content all the time. I pretty much live for Football Index, and it's not just me. Like, I did pose the question, you're not going to speak to like John Nellis at some point, because I think he does excellent job for the Football Index community as well. And obviously I watch his streams on YouTube, and he said, yeah, we watched this Friday night stream and we'd like to get in touch with him as well. So it's not just myself. I think it's anyone who's really sort of, creating content very frequently and engaging in the community. So I'm sure yourselves on this podcast could probably have a chat as well. I just got sent like his the person's email by another trader who's like a member of my Football Index website and stuff. So I got in touch and explained my situation and how I've been creating a lot of content and so on. And luckily I managed to get put through to someone, but they are looking to get more traders, to have conversations with them as well in the future, which I think is great, because at least they are like listening now. And I think they're going to try and take some ideas on board, which is great.
Give yourself a plug there, Tom, in the comments, because there's people asking what your pod is, and I think that you're going to get a few subscribers. So good work, mate. Yeah, I don't know, though, because I speak to John quite regularly, actually. And he's definitely been reaching out to FI, talking about, let me on, let me talk to you guys. I'm here to help. And I think because he got that sponsorship from Sportstack, they just don't seem to want to engage with him. I mean, I used to be quite linked in with the key people at the FI back in the day, because like I said, I had a very large portfolio. I was there from 2017. I've been to every single trader meet, spoken to Adam Cole and Mike Bowen at every single one. Been to a few of the events. I had a personal trade assistant who had a phone number that I could talk to anytime. I understand all of that's now gone, and it's going to be very interesting in a post-COVID world if they do have another live trader event. It was something that I was looking to engage with them to do back when I was still providing data, to say, let's get something out there. Could you guys just sponsor it or just put it out there? Because obviously it's going to cost me $2,000 to set it up, and I don't want to take the liability on myself. And they were like, yeah, we'd love you to do it, but we're not going to help you out in any way, shape or form. I looked into it, found a venue in London, but it was just too much risk. I had to put $2,000 down behind the bar, and everyone would have got a free drink and stuff for paying their way. But it was just like, it wasn't worth the risk of doing. But I think those face-to-face community meets are bloody brilliant when they happen. And particularly when you've got the actual Football Index guys there, and they were quite happy to be grilled about just about anything. They tell you what they wanted to tell you. But it was great to actually get that transparency and availability of the guys. You could talk to them direct and ask them any question you wanted.
I guess obviously being much smaller at the time, those things were a lot more practical. You know, like I'd love to get to a point again where we can do, you know, like, you know, have, you know, trader meetings, and, you know, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, like going back to what they're saying about, I'm reading the comments here about discussing with like, you know, getting contact, you know, John, I can echo what you said. John's reached out a million times and he's got nothing back. You know, that's pretty much how it's gone. Whether, and that was before Footstock, and obviously since, whether Footstock's the reason since, but, you know, that's, you know, what the reason for that is, I don't know. But you know, I just wanted to touch on something that I heard. One of the guys spoke to somebody from Football Index this week and was talking about liquidity. And the response he got back was, all I hear is liquidity, liquidity, liquidity. It nearly sent the chap over the edge, eh? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, there's a reason why you keep hearing this word. You know, now act on it.
Yeah, I that's the thing that's driving everyone mad, I think, is that it's such a glaringly obvious problem, and everyone knows that that's where the issue is, and they seem to just almost like whinge and moan about the fact that people are holding them to account with like pointing out exactly where the problem is, and they have no answers to it. It's just baffling. It really is. Sorry, I'm just sending out a tweet to pump this once again. Guys, give us a share, give us a retweet. Let's get this information out there so people can come and have a rant. If you want to
one step ahead.
But yeah, you know, guys in the comments, shout out, would you like me to do a quick spin through on the FI data center? This is free data available to everyone out there. I am a data monkey by trade. I am happy to talk you through the data center and give you some hints about what I use and how I look at it to pick my trades. If that's something you guys feel useful, just say something in the comment box and we can have a look at that as part of this stream. But yeah, it's, I don't know, guys. It's one of those...
let's turn it for a second, just to a slightly more positive thing. You know, what was the best thing that happened today, guys? What of the update? What was the best part of the update today?
The first 10 minutes.
Sorry?
Yeah, I just said the first 10 minutes, but I was just joking.
Yeah, well, you know, some might say depth, some might say a few other things, but the biographies are gone, boys and girls. The prospectuses have gone, finally. That eyesore is away.
You are like Billy Gilmore, like the 170-year-old ice skater and shit like that.
I know. It's such a, like, I guess it's just it's not that important, but it is, because it's like, it's just a shit look. It's such a shit look. It was such a shit look. Like, yeah, Billy Gilmore, brilliant.
See, I was going to say sell prices actually appearing on the market, but I'm just skimming through the top 200 and it's all dried up again. That liquidity has once again slightly evaporated. I'm just going to share my screen and drill down it, because this morning when I was looking through this, you know, you were getting these sell options. So yeah, the top like 7, we have to get to fatty before we've got no sell option. But as we scroll down, it just gets worse and worse and worse as we go. There's just more and more without any get out clause. And this is back to this liquidity issue once again. But I don't know. Let's try and look for some positives. I'm sorry, I've dragged us back very quickly into a negative there. Positive, 5,600 active traders. I think that's the highest it's been since that number's been there. I think it's generally been sticking around the 3,000. So that's doubled the active traders, which is a sort of green shoot towards liquidity. So yeah, I definitely say that's a positive that's come out of this. Anything that can boost market confidence is going to be a positive.
Question. how many active traders were you saying that you thought, or how many traders with portfolios do you think are? Because I was doing some math on this, and like, like what would you say is the average port? And I know we have EJ at like the far end of the universe compared to the rest of us, but like, what would you say is the average port size?
I would say probably the average port size is somewhere in the 1 to 2K bracket. I would think is where the majority of people sit, because you've got the outliers and you've got the people that were there from the 2017 era. I think most of the people from the 2017 era will probably be in the sort of 10K plus bracket, and there's going to be the big boys, the big fish out there north of 50K. I was one of those big fish. I know I was a big fish on 70K because I had a personal, guy at Football Index as an account manager that I could contact and talk to. So that was going to be their top 10% of traders, was being that north of 50K bracket. The vast majority of people are going to be in the 1 to 2K bracket, just because people don't have that much free money lying around.
Exactly.
They just don't.
So because of that, if you've got 120 million market cap and your average port size is 2,000, then that's 60,000. That's 60,000 people. Like, is that because that's a lot of people. I know it's not in the grand scheme of things. Like, they can always get more, but like I've seen people talking about, oh, there's only like 10,000 traders on the football. That's not. It must be so much more. It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, so you've got, say, 70,000 people follow FI Twitter. So that stacks as a sort of a general good consensus number. But the problem is, you can have 200,000 traders. If you've got enough traders that are people like me, bastards like me, who like to buy a player and hold him 4 months or 6 months because you're a long-term PB investor, that doesn't help liquidity. So if you've got 30,000 odd traders, and this is where the legacy traders can become a real problem, because they've bought people at like 50p, £1 who are now worth 5. They've got no incentive to sell that guy until he's coming to the end of his 3-year trade. They can just sit there picking up the dividends. His value goes up and down. It matters not a jot, because I'm in this for the long run. It's all the new guys that have bought the guys at like £8, £9 plus that are desperate to keep moving money around to find that opportunity to make that cash. And so that's where I think you've got this top wedge, which is the active traders we've got visibility of. And then there's a big deep bottom of sort of longer term investing traders that just don't help liquidity in any way, shape or form. They're just going to buy and sit for 2-3 years. So that's why you've got this real disparity, I think, between 70,000 investors and 5,000 active traders, is that there's several of them that are probably they wait for a deposit bonus, they put $3,000 in, they buy their players, they're going to go, right, in 6 months, I might liquidate some of those to free up some cash, and I'll do another deposit bonus, and that's it. It's just sitting on it in that way. So
yeah, Stuart, can I just weigh in on that as well?
Of course, yeah, go on, mate.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I have to say, a couple of years ago, probably in around 2018 or so, I was an affiliate for Football Index. So I was really lucky, because every time I signed like a mate up, I got paid like 70 quid. So it was a big incentive to get people on FI. And at the time, I was making really good returns. I mean, obviously not done as well the last few months. But anyway, so I was getting like a load of mates to sign up. And to be honest, I got over probably like 15 to 20 people to sign up. A lot of them have probably put in between maybe 500 and £1,000, kind of just kickstart their portfolios up. But the vast majority of them now never even look at a portfolio. Kind of just said to them, leave it there, and watch in a few years' time, these players will be worth 3 or 4 times the amount, because that's how I felt at the time. So a lot of these guys have just kind of put the money in, and they probably only check up on it like once every few weeks or even months. And a lot of them, to be honest, I don't even speak to about FI that much anymore. Maybe, we meet up, we're at the pub, and I'll have a look at their portfolio, see how they're getting on, and we'll have a laugh about it and so on. But other than that, I don't really think they check it, and I don't really think they make many trades. And to be honest, I don't think they're alone in that. I think there's a huge amount of traders who aren't part of this subculture where we're all getting really involved, really engaging in football index and the football index community, and they're kind of just passively trading. And as you say, those sort of traders are just not helping out the liquidity at all. So,
absolutely.
yeah.
And Christ, I constantly see stories on the index at the moment of I'm Jeff, and I got my brother, my sister-in-law, my barber to buy into the index, and now they're hounding me about like the thing crashing, or I've just got 18 different accounts to get the deposit bonuses. And that's how you can inflate all of these numbers and hide the true actual active traders and liquidity, is that if you got all these people that are just basically sub accounts of other people because they've told them to buy into it, and they tell them the first 5 players to buy and just tell them to sit on it for 6 months, that's not helping liquidity. If you've got people that are like, oh, I'm going to get my wife an account so I can get most out of this deposit bonus, that's not helping liquidity. It's just, it becomes this static frozen thing effectively.
Makes you, sorry.
Go on, yeah.
No, it makes you think about like calls you hear from certain people saying like how IPDs are not important and all these sort of things. Like, if you've got accounts that are sitting willing to, I'm a fairly, as I said earlier, I trade different players in different ways, but like generally I will hold players for, a fair chunk of time. Maybe not, obviously not as long as like some will just sit on them forever. But like, if you don't have this incentive for people to be trading actively daily, weekly, then the whole thing won't work. You can't lose that, the drive to trade every day, or at least those, to make those who want to trade every day or have an incentive to trade every day. Like it's crucial to the long-term success of the platform.
And that's the point, actually. So if we want to talk about ways that we can increase liquidity in the market organically or naturally, then it is basically you increase IPDs. Because when IPDs were first launched, and bear in mind that was a much lower pricing point than where the market is now, I did the math on it and I went, there's no reason for me to sell anyone and buy someone back, because looking at their average run rates, so the amount of money they're going to return in IPDs isn't going to cover the commission. So I'm going to flip anyone for IPDs. If I put new money in, it's a nice little bonus for the first 30 days, but there is no incentive to flip people to get the IPDs, because you're going to be paying more in commission than you were going to get in the IPDs. If you increase the IPDs so that is more than the commission you're paying to flip them, then that increases liquidity. But then you're back to FI as a going concern, because if they're doing that, are they then over leveraging themselves, because every 30 days everyone resets, pays FI £1 commission, makes £2 in dividends? It's not a sustainable model. But if you wanted a short-term boost to liquidity, increasing IPDs for a year, so everyone knows it's a 1-year scheme, not a 1-month scheme like we had in August, a 1-year scheme, that would improve liquidity until they could get the market makers in. But it needs to be for a guaranteed long-term timescale so that everyone can take advantage of it. And it needs to be enough to cover the commissions, because if it doesn't cover the commissions, there's no reason to flip.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that'd be quite a good idea, actually. Might be worth mentioning to FI, because I think that's something that they'd be looking to do. I mean, when I spoke to them yesterday, they were really asking me, is there anything else we can do to provide sort of more liquidity? And I said to them, is there anything else that they can do in general? And I said, no, we just need liquidity. But I think IPDs probably would contribute to that. Another thing that was a little bit of a frustration of mine, and I guess it's kind of in the past now, is just that they didn't pay out any match day dividends or in-play dividends for the Nations League. I think that's quite disappointing, because that would have probably led to more liquidity as well and a bit more demand. So I had 900 Ferran Torres the other day. His instant sell price remained at £1.18 throughout that full game, even though he just scored a hat-trick, a 20-year-old scoring a hat-trick against Germany, which I personally just think is mental. I mean, bought an extra 150 or whatever, and then his price has gone up since, which is great to see. But still, I mean, you need players to be rising in price. When a 20-year-old scoring a hat-trick against Germany and his price isn't moving, you know that the market's absolutely screwed, because in the past you'd have speculative rises all the time. Players wouldn't even really need to earn match day dividends to get a 20-30% rise. And I think a lot of traders really miss those days. And I think Football Index are just failing to actually understand their user base, because it isn't just traders who are happy to sit on players and just take in the dividends as they come, but people want those quick rises as well, and the enjoyment of seeing the players have a good game and fly up 20-30% and not just earn dividends. So yeah, but a good point on that is that nation, I don't think there's any international friendlies or anything now for 4 months, so we do have 4 months of solid football. So I think that will do the world of good for getting people sort of more interested in the markets again. I can't wait for the games coming up now, because the dividends on offer are just so unbelievable. You know, you can't really complain about that. And I think with 4 months of solid football and a bit more stability, then things will naturally improve to some extent. But there's no doubt that FI need to sort of play a part and kind of help us out here as well.
Yeah. Just a quick plug, guys. If you can share this on Slack, Twitter, Facebook, the forum, your WhatsApp groups, wherever you are, anywhere that we can get people to come, dial into the chat. Anyone that wants to come on the chat, just hit me up as a DM. I will send you the Zoom link and we can go there. And also just a very quick plug, once again, back to the give us monies front of things. And if I can actually get open to my bloody Zoom window, stupid thing, it just shrinks down. So if anyone would like to donate to this stream and help me fund the cost of the software, the donate button is on my profile. It is right there with nice big arrows pointing to it. We've had 2 lovely donations so far. Thank you, guys. That goes a long way to covering the 80 quid cost. Anything that goes over the 80 quid will go to the hashtag Div for Kids initiative led by FI Canary. So let's get some money to those kids' meals and get my wife off my back about spending money on software I don't need. Back to the chat. There was some asks in the community, in the chat, around taking a brief stream through the data center. So I'm just going to quickly run through there. And if you guys have got any views on this, or if you've used it, feel free to chip in. Other data providing services are available, but this one is free. So it's generally seen as my preference at the moment. I don't pay for any of the others. And I used to be a data provider, so I know my way around a data set. Right, so the one you want to get onto is you want to look at dividend payouts and match day. I just need to minimize this damn thing so I can actually see what I'm doing. So here we list a list of all our players. We've got all the different fields. We can filter on their names. We can filter on clubs as we go across. And if we actually get to where we can go across. So let's scroll over. No, this is not the one you want to look at. It is, where is it? God, Stats Advanced, is it? That feels right. Yes, Stats Advanced. That's the one you want. Compare players, Stats Advanced. Filter on player, team, scroll across. So let's say I want to look at buy-in players. So started out typing in Borussia Dortmund because I'm a twat. And everything is on a lag, so that's great. Bayern, there we go, Bayern Munich. So we can scroll across and we will get to, first off, we've got all the media blab, ignore that, move straight across to the PB territory. That's where you want to be. Match day points. Now this is where we want to be. So we have match day points and we have the finishes. So I just need to make sure this is lined up in the right place, because what you want to be looking at, yes, so you want people who are finishing in the top 3 or top 5 and are getting a good, solid average score. So you can say, right, in the last 1 year, let's go for a nice good data range. We will scroll down and we will say, right, okay, Bayern Munich players, we have got match day finishes. We want probably a good 4 top 5 finishes, and we want a nice good 120. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. Are you going to come and say hello? Up you come. There you go. And we want a nice good sort of 150 odd average and a good peak over 300. that gets you down to a nice short form list of Kimmich and Lewandowski, who I think you would agree are generally good picks. But if you use this in that sort of way, that gives you a really good example of how you can use this product. So, guys, I'm just going to have to go on mute for 5 minutes. So I'm going to hand over to you guys to have a look. This is my daughter, Ellie. Say hi, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie.
And I will be back in 5. But yeah, that's how I use the data clean. So that's what I'd recommend.
Okay. That was unexpected. Brilliant. You guys got anything to say regarding that data center? Have you used it? Have you enjoyed it? Or are you still using the third-party ones? Or
I just use Index Edge, to be honest. I use Index Gain sometimes too, but what I quite like doing is exporting the Index Edge spreadsheet and just having a play with it, to be honest, and putting in my own 90s and really delving into the data on there. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'll be brutally honest. I haven't. I have looked over the data center, but I haven't used it. I guess I'm used to my routine of working between like, so obviously Index Gain, Index Edge, FB Ref. I've also got a subscription with Scout, so I use that as well. So like, yeah, I kind of just I use multiple different tools. So like, I guess I'm not really in a position to comment too much on the data center itself, because as I say, I generally still stick to my go-to sites and products, etc.
Yeah, I've heard Y-Scout's pretty solid as well. I mean, you've got a lot of data on there, and you've got like videos and stuff. That's pretty cool. That's always been a bit expensive for me, that one, I think.
Well, as things are, I managed. What I did was I was in contact with Y-Scout, and I managed to set up an affiliate thing with them. And unfortunately, just after I set it up, they got bought over by Huddle, big American data company. And they changed their monthly subscriptions to annual only. And it's just far too much for the average person. So I managed to negotiate a really good price per month compared to what like companies pay, or what normal, like what other people signing up would have to pay. So I was in a good spot there. And as you say, it's phenomenal. Like, I can literally watch any game of any player anywhere in the world. It's like it's been such a great tool from a football index perspective, but also from a like just because I'll watch any game of football, I'll literally just wall to wall football with me. So it's literally, for that sense, it's good. However, I don't know if you were on earlier or whatever, but because the way offshore industry and stuff like that, I did lose my job recently, and yeah, I'm struggling to. The thing is, I know the deal I have is like a one-off, so I don't want to give it up, but then I don't want to still be paying for it. So like, I'm kind of having to go through a bit of a decision making on that at the moment.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm back in the room, guys. My wife is a evil Machiavellian genius, and basically decided, because she wasn't massively in favor of me doing this stream till 7, she's decided to use my daughter as a weapon against me. But she's gone back downstairs to watch Hey Dougie, so I am back till 7.
Just you're doing a service for the community. You know what I mean? Like this is it should be rewarded.
It absolutely should. And I've said to her, she works in mental health. I said, this is about mental health. This is about helping people, giving people somewhere to go to, like, share their views, have a rant, and feel a bit better about Football Index during this rocky time. So, yeah, it's just,
talking of mental health, and touch on what Thomas was saying earlier. And lots of people have said it over and over. I don't want to use a John Nellis word, to be the Debbie Downer again, but it is a huge, like, it's a tough time in terms of, like, when you've got people to invest. Like, I actually once, I can't remember how long ago it was, maybe a year, maybe 18 months ago, I managed to talk a guy into the pub to invest 50 grand.
Jesus.
Honestly, I was bouncing for like weeks. I was on cloud nine. Like, lucky he's not really a close friend, because I wonder what he thinks of me now. But I have friends. I have guys offshore. Like there's people that work on the rigs that earn big money, and like I managed to get some of them in, and it's like I get messages regularly, like, is it going to turn, and it's stressful. It is stressful. Like you feel responsible in a way, like I know everyone's got to make their own decisions in life, and they've decided to get in, but it's on my advice. So I think it's quite hard, that.
Yeah, no, I feel that is a difficult situation. I remember once, like a few years ago, I was playing for this football team temporarily, and I was telling this lad about Football Index, and at the time I think I only had about £1,000 in it. That was probably back in 2018. But I was saying how well it had been going and what returns I'd been getting, and then I come to training the next week, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm on Football Index now," and I'm like, "Oh, that's good. How much are you playing then?" Assuming he would have started with maybe about £100, and he was like, "Yeah, I mean, it's not as much as 50 grand, but he was like, yeah, 10 grand." And I was like, "You what, mate?" Like, I just couldn't believe it one bit. I was just absolutely in shock. And then like with a Football Index Club, because I've got like this daily podcast and I'm talking about FI all the time, and I have to be careful because of like the gambling commission and whatever, but so often I have said, "Oh, now's an amazing time to buy." Things have to get better from here because the value is so great. Liquidity is going to come in. Football Index have promised us this liquidity, and once that comes in, things are going to pick up, the sentiment's going to shift, and so on. And I feel a bit responsible for saying all of that. And then since then, it's like players have dropped even further, and it's like, oh geez, I hope I've not led to anyone putting in money and then seeing drops even further, and now people are maybe worried about those drops. But I mean, that was based on the belief that Football Index were going to fulfill their promises, and ultimately they haven't. So now I feel like we've got every right to be annoyed with Football Index. I really just think it's kind of their responsibility to make up the liquidity, because I feel like us traders have kind of done our part in many ways. Obviously, there's a lot of traders who want to get out now, but the sooner Football Index step in, the better. And I think the longer that they wait to actually come in and properly provide some liquidity, the more people will want to get out, and this downward spiral will just continue. But apologies for bringing it back to the liquidity issues again. It's quite hard not to at the moment, I guess.
It is, like I said, it's back to this. We are on the negative feedback loop, and we just need to get onto the positive feedback loop, and everyone will lose their mind of happiness. It's that simple. It's just plugging that machine into reverse, because as soon as you see liquidity, it builds confidence. And that is what is lacking at the moment in the index, is confidence. And, we can say whatever we want about this, but particularly for the new guys that are coming into the platform, what reason have they got to be confident that the thing isn't going to go down another 10% tomorrow? They've got no reason and no background knowledge and no availability of information to explain to them why this is happening, when it's going to end, what the way out of this is. So that's another thing that's killing liquidity, is anyone that comes in today just sees the world on fire and a toxic environment, with everyone slamming them on Twitter or the chat around how it's all doomed and it's all fucked. So they're like, okay, back out of this shop. I'm getting out of here while it's still safe, because everything I'm seeing here is that the world's on fire and we're all screwed. So why am I going to stick around here? So I do get where we've got the Twitter police that are trying to manage the narrative and keep it positive, but we do have to be realistic about this, because giving them a false reality about how everything's amazing when it's not, just then leads to people thinking it's all disingenuous and all part of some Twitterati that's out there trying to manipulate the market. Because Christ, I've seen it all of, oh yeah, there's a select few traders manipulating the market and they pump these people and they control it through these mechanisms. I don't think that's happening. I think it's just that, there's people out there that want to control the narrative because they know that this negative feedback loop is so dangerous. And once we get on that cycle, it's so difficult to break it. And it sounds like Football Index have clocked that, but they're struggling to see a way out of it and back out of this. So, that's where we are in the situation we are today. And it's just going to take, something positive to lift the
Well,
community and get us in that positive loop.
You said it's that hard to get away from the negative. I don't necessarily think that's the case. You know, I think we are a fickle bunch. You know, like we're a loyal bunch, but you know, we're also, you know, like I think if it turns and we have a clear path in front of us, and you know, reason to be positive, then I think we'll be all over it. And like, you know, like obviously the unfortunate thing is like, well, people still recommend the product to their friends and family like they did like before, you know, probably a lot more reluctantly. You know, that's the sad part. And like, if you think where prices are versus divs now, you know, like that's, you know, if we can just feel that positivity and feel that paths in front of us, then, you know, the opportunities that are available right now are amazing. The price of players versus the price, you know, what divs are, but it's just feeling that we're on the right path, and you know, that's not where we're at right now.
Yeah, just to sort of carry on with your point there, is that there's a big differentiation between price and value. So like I was on the phone to my mum earlier today, and she used to have a football index account. She pulled her money out. You know, she's quite into football, but kind of give her a bit of advice here and there as well. But she pulled her money out probably about a year ago or so. And I was saying to her, to be honest, Mum, now is like actually one of the best times ever to put money into football index. And the reason for that is because prices have gone down, dividends have gone up, the yields are literally better than ever. And so although on the face of it, it looks like there's all these problems and that, you know, there's all this concern and worry, but if you actually have a look at the facts, the value is better than ever. There's probably more potential for this platform to grow than ever because we do have massive things coming. The system now undoubtedly is kind of better than it was. Well, it's not better because obviously you got the issues with liquidity, but like I really do like the updates today in general, like the market depth, you've got that, and the order book system, and it's just generally a bit slicker. As you say, you don't have like Billy Gilmore at 170-year-old with like stupid bios and whatever anymore either. So there's a lot of things that are better now, and I think the platform as a whole is moving in the right direction. So now, in my opinion, is genuinely like a really great time to buy if you are looking into the longer term prospects of football index. The question is, how is it going to go over the next 6 months? Because if it's true about Nasdaq not coming in for 8 months, and that's tied to the market makers, then obviously in the short term, I can't really see things getting much better unless football index do provide the liquidity. But overall, like I think there are a lot of reasons to be positive because the value is there, and at least we don't really have to be concerned with like players being massively inflated at ridiculous prices at the moment, because really the prices are very good. So that's one positive maybe to take away. I think it's very frustrating for a lot of us because we've already bought into players at higher prices and we've seen them drop since. So that's probably the main frustration for a lot of traders, especially if you've joined over the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, those are sorry. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back again. It's just, I'm reading the tweet, people agreeing with the thing about the number of people that have got mates to sign up that have no understanding of how the platform works. And literally people are just like, right, you seem to know how to make money off this thing. You pick my players, you tell me what to do. And it genuinely is concerning, like how many traders are these effectively sub accounts of other people where, yes, they're putting their own money in, but they are entirely reliant on other people's knowledge and telling them exactly what to do and have no understanding of the basic product whatsoever. And they are the people most likely to panic when things don't look right, because if they can't get hold of that mate and they see things nosedriving, they're going to like sell at any price. To get out, and that's where we got some real issues there with again back to liquidity and people trying to exit and everything else. It's all about understanding what you're actually getting involved with, and unfortunately we're preaching to the converted, because the general nature of how these things work is we have access to the people that are engaged with the community because they are engaged with the community. All the people that are, you know, hidden traders don't get this benefit from the community of the knowledge share, the lessons learned, why things are happening, understanding of markets, all of this stuff that comes, that is the benefit of being part of the Twitter, Facebook forum, Slack communities that are out there. So it's how you expand that knowledge base. And Football Index do these things where they give these little videos and stuff, but I think they need to do a lot more of it, and possibly almost put people through a training profile when you sign up. Before you're allowed to deposit, you have to watch a how to trade video or something to try and act as a bit of an education process.
I think that's totally true. However, I think it's kind of hard when they're still in the process of actually implementing the full thing. Today was obviously, as Tom was saying, it's big. Depth coming in was, it's huge. Things like that. Obviously, the big L word is still what we keep saying over and over, and that's going to be that. We're waiting on that to really kickstart things, but. In terms of I feel they're still in the path to, the full system. And, but do I trust them to implement these kind of training academy type things? Well, that's a different story. But we'll get there. Like, I want to be positive, like Thomas was, I still have faith in this, I still believe that, a year from now, we'll look back at this dark time and from a much happier place. And I genuinely believe that. I believe in this concept so much. Like, yes, I have, issues with decision making and things that have gone on, like most of us do. But I do believe the long term is still very bright. It's just how long it's going to take to get there.
I absolutely agree. I mean, you're talking to the man who literally had a plan to cash out, cashed out, took the money, walked away, and has been lured back in by how much he loves the product.
Yeah.
I was gone. I was done with FI. I said I had to take the money and walk away because I'd reached my exit strategy point. And then they came to me with the 10% deposit bonus, and I missed it so much that I had to go and stick 10 grand down the table. And here I am back in, trapped with the rest of you. And like talking, but I mean, I am more spread now. I've bought into the stock market and spread that out. And luckily for me, I've got 10 grand in the stock market, 10 grand in this, and the amount the stock market's going up at the moment as that recovers is covering the downgrade on Football Index. But it's getting back to that whole diversification gives you balance. If one investment's going down, the other one's going up, it all squares off. It's okay. You can hold for the long-term plan around where you've got the confidence in the money.
Yeah, just a point on that as well is I think we've had like Bitcoin go up back up towards a peak at the moment as well, and the market's recovering, and maybe that puts a bit more pressure on the Football Index in some ways, because when we had the original downturn back in March during the COVID dip, I think Football Index at one point was doing better than like the markets by a huge amount, miles better than Bitcoin, and it was almost one of the best places really to actually have your money, other than in some hand sanitizer firms or whatever else. But so it was doing quite well, but now it's like, well, there's much better places to really have your money at the moment. And the other thing is you have all these other competitors coming up. You have Sportstack, their announcement last week looked quality. You kind of hate to say it, especially if you don't have the funds like myself to go and put a load in Sportstack as well. But fair play to them. Like, it did look good. Obviously, the yields are nowhere near as good as Football Index. But I think Football Index, there's a lot of pressure on them right now, and they do need to get it right, because people are just getting sick of having their money trapped, and there's better opportunities elsewhere right now as well. So it's even more frustrating than when we had that first dip, and there wasn't really much else you could do with your money anyway. But there's other places to put your money right now as well.
So just because we've had somebody in the comments ask about opinions on Sportstack, I'll get into this because I know it's going to be a bit of a ropey conversation, and I'm sure the comment stream is going to light up with the anger Sportstack thing. But I went to the Sportstack launch event back in November last year. They had a lovely beers fest, and it was a really nice, good thing. And all the key people there, it was like the FI old days where you could talk to anyone that was involved in that platform. They were really open and transparent. They were a really nice bunch of guys. And basically they were talking about the current offering they had at the time, which was this whole in-match trading thing. I wasn't very interested in that, but I got chatting to the CEO guy, a guy called Nick, about the careers mode that was going to be coming, and I was like very, very interested in that, because like that is I said to him, you know, this is where you need to get to. That's the competition for FI. That's the interesting opportunity that is there, and somebody needs to provide competition to these guys to get them in, get their arse in orders. And so that's now arrived, and it's here, and it's an opportunity. And people talk about the dividends on there not being very high because they're only like, you look at the 1p part of it, you can get up to 16p if they go over 100 points. I know it doesn't happen very often, but it's there as an opportunity. And the other thing is that they don't have to win. They just need to get a score high enough and you get the dividends. So they're going to win it more regularly than people are going to win dividends on FI. This is not me plugging Sportstack. This is me giving you the facts. Sportstack, I will be investing in, but I will also be holding my funds in Football Index. I will not be taking money out of Football Index to put into Sportstack. I will be finding additional funds to put into Sportstack. That again is back to this diversification of investment. You have a number of different horses you back, and if one of them wins, you win. You don't need all of them to win. And that at the moment seems a good horse to back because of the uncertainty in their Football Index. Because of the sort of the new glossy tint to Sportstack, the fact that they seem to really have got all the tech sorted, barring the Google Play Store that's completely screwing them over and driving me mad with the lack of Android app available. They have got their ducks lined up, and they still have the get out clause available there. So it's there. It's for you to get access to. It's worth having a look at, but don't take your money out of Football Index unless you absolutely have to. Just spread your risk across a number of different platforms and have some fun with it. Enjoy that, get some fun out of it, get back to enjoying life and gambling, and then you're back to where you need to be.
What's liquidity like on Sportstack, Stuart?
They've got it underwritten, so they've got effectively an instant sell function.
Yeah.
But they have like 3 players though, don't they?
Oh yeah, they've only launched like 10 players so far in their IPOs. It's very, very early doors. So yeah. I can't say how that platform is going to develop in the future.
Yeah.
All I can say is it's been a long-term plan, because this has been like a year in the making from when I first talked to them, their first launch event, about the plans they've had to do this side of the business. And they've obviously taken the time to get the tech and the platform ready. And it wouldn't surprise me if they've been sitting there reading Football Index tweets, because they seem to have covered a lot of the problems that people have flagged. Like, they have depth of market, they have an instant liquidity provider, all of those things are there. It's like they've basically picked out all of the holes in Football Index and plugged them before they went live.
That's all very well, but like it's still quite presumptuous. You know, like, you know, they've got like minimal user base. Scaling these things is the trick. You know, it's all, you know, it might all look, you know, I'm not disputing that. I'm an Android and I can't get access to it yet. And you know, I'm sure, you know, they've just launched, but I still feel that it's hard, and I've heard other things, or they all come from financial backgrounds and all this sort of stuff. You know, that, like, you know, it might be great. And I also believe competition is good, because if it forces FI to step up, then I'm all for that. But I still feel it'd be too early to say, like, with such confidence. That's all I'd say, Stuart. Sorry, mate.
No, I don't care one way or another. I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not funded by them. I'm just giving you my views on the thing. I want diversification of views on this chat. That's the whole point of this chat, is anyone can have their view, whatever it is. I am not gospel. I am not right. I am sharing my opinion. And so by all means, challenge it, question it, share your views. That is what we are here to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a point on Sportstack as well. I think they are like a very, very small fish, really. And, you know, you look at Football Index and the actual size of FI now, you literally have them almost every game. Like, I'll be watching highlights of football, and I love it when you see a goal and you've got like the Football Index sort of flashing on the screen in the background, and they're just such a big company, and it's getting that scale. Like, as I say, like, when I was talking to Football Index, one thing they did mention was how they've gone from like less than 20 staff to over 120 within 2 years. Now, about 9 months of that 2 years as well, we've had a pandemic. So a lot of people working from home, so they're going to have like communication problems within them because they're not working in the offices as usual as well. And I think like the size of football index, it causes problems maybe in the short term because, you know, they're growing very, very quickly. But longer term, the foundations are now there for this to really sort of work over the next few years, and hopefully over, well, whatever period football index kind of goes on for, maybe throughout our whole lifetime. You never really know. But just the point I wanted to make as well is, I wonder if now would actually be a good time to provide tiered PB. I mean, it's not something that I've really wanted in the past, but with like Sportstack offering payouts based on performances sort of at loads of different levels, and you're only really having like what 4 winners on match days, 4 big winners anyway with per position. Maybe it would be a good time. That would probably help out with liquidity as well. Obviously we mentioned like IPDs earlier, but what would your thoughts be on maybe providing some tiered PB now? Would now be a good time to do that?
I mean, I'd be happy with it, but they've been so negative on it. Anytime it's been propped up, I just can't see them doing it because they've literally had that tabled. I mean, maybe they will, because it's like the goalkeepers thing. Goalkeepers were tabled for about 18 years, and eventually they buckled and gave us goalkeepers. But this is looking the same way. So, you know,
I wouldn't be so quick to say that they wouldn't backtrack there, because, you know, I think they've shown that they can backtrack plenty. So, like, and, you know, it's the same with, you know, like to touch on, it was actually a tweet, I think it was PB Man that tweeted about the scoring, you know, like, so, you know, doing divs, like Sportstack do, you know, like where PB scores will then.
I saw that tweet.
Yeah. So, you know, it's essentially what Sportstack are doing, you know, it's basically the same thing. So, it's, you know, I don't know, like, you know, we've always written off these things. We've written off tiered PB because, you know, they've said that it'd never happen. But the reality is that the reality is like, you know, things change and platforms changing, and also now the competition's changing. So, you know, like they can't sleep on Sportstack. You know, I was obviously quite bullish there about Sportstack having a long way to go, and they do have a long way to go. You know, however, Football Index need to be awake to this. You know, they need to be woke to this. They really do, because like it's not so much the right now. It's in 5 years, or it's 2 years time, or 5 years time, or whatever. You know, like, you know, they've got to deliver. They just have to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, the thing that Sportstack can benefit from here, if I was them, I would be a right bastard, and I'd be like, do you know what? I am going to spend nothing on marketing, or I'm going to spend the bare minimum on marketing, because I'm going to let Football Index do that bit of the legwork for me. They've got all the market audience, and all I need to do is hashtag Football Index, and I can piggyback on all their marketing spend and put it all into dividends, and I will just bleed them dry. And that is exactly what they are setting up to do. And I've even seen tweets of people talking to them about that should be their strategy, because it's just a common sense bastardy thing to do. But if you want to grow your business, it's how you do it, because it's the easy route. Football Index has spent so much money on marketing because they had to get the message out there and get this concept out there. Now the concept's out there, it's easy for people to piggyback on the back of it and get the advantage that they generated.
Do you not think that's kind of playing with fire? You know how defensive the community are, and I remember obviously one of the big vocal accounts, let's say, Mr. Yavi Shah. It's the first time they used the Football Index hashtag, he was straight on it. And like, it's funny because like Football Index, we're defensive. We are defensive. Like whether it's from a love of the product or just purely from a financial perspective, we are defensive. So like, it's an interesting, I see your marketing strategy and your reasoning for suggesting that, but I just think with the community, I don't know, maybe any publicity is good publicity, but like to try and make it as a, like, to try and to try and use that, I think it's dangerous potentially.
It absolutely is. And if this was 2 years ago, I'd agree with you 100%. They would be like literally having people with spikes and torches and pitchforks outside their offices ready to like burn them alive with effigies of Sportstack in the streets. But that's not now. Now people are so fed up with Football Index and feel that they've got such an entitlement and such an arrogance around the way they've handled the community. They're kind of like, do you know what? I'm willing to give that a shot. And that's what Football Index have fucked up, is that they've lost a lot of that FI community loyalty that they worked so hard to build by these constant fuck ups over and over again. And that's what's leaving them vulnerable to competition. And so it's kind of like a perfect timing by Sportstack, people to come in at this point when the community is at its lowest point. There's all this doubt, there's all this uncertainty, there's all this negativity, to just come and like sit there and go, oh, the grass might be greener on the other side if you have a look over the fence. And people will, I'm not saying they should, people will look over that fence and they will think the grass is greener, and they might jump over it and they might get badly burnt. But there will be people that jump, and that's what they're doing and taking advantage of the moment. I agree with you. This competition is probably the best thing for Football Index that can happen, because competition drives improvement. It becomes survival of the fittest, and people will push the market in the right direction. We will get the benefits of this competition coming into the index, because they will now have to innovate. They will have to do the right things. They've lost their monopoly. They will have to improve the product much faster than they have done historically. And that can only be a good thing for Football Index traders. Come on, guys. Thoughts?
Yeah, no, I was going to let Tom go. I don't know if he had anything to say.
Yeah,
or Stuart. Sorry.
I think it is good that Football Index have more competition. It does give them a bit of a kick up the arse, really, to kind of get moving. I mean, the main thing for me, and I'm just banging on about it now, and it's all I can really think about, is just like the liquidity. It's like I'm thinking about liquidity way more than I should be. It's like I don't even know what to compare it to. It's like when you've got like a girl that you really like you want her to be like your girlfriend or something. You just can't get them out of your mind, and you just want something to happen, but it's just not going to happen. And just actions need to be taken. You can't just think about them all the time. I don't even know, to be fair. My head's gone just thinking about liquidity all the time.
Did you use a girlfriend analogy on John's stream at some point?
Probably. I don't know. I just find it easy to relate to like women.
Yeah, I seem to recall you saying something like that before.
Yeah, they always just come up somehow or another. But yeah.
No. Do you know, my favourite thing about this entire thing is Tom said he wanted to come on for 5 minutes, and we've so far lured him in for a good half an hour. So we're obviously keeping him riveted, if no one else. Guys, give us a like, give us a tweet, get this out there into the Slack communities, the Twitter communities. Spread the word. We have 45 minutes to go till my wife comes up with the pitchfork. So let's enjoy it while we can.
Yeah, Stuart, on that note, I actually better go. I really just let time sort of fly by just now, but I've really enjoyed the stream. So, thanks for having me on, and good luck for the next sort of 45 minutes and the next few days as well.
Take care, mate. Thanks for coming on, Tom.
All the best, mate. Cheers.
Eamon, you've been very patient, mate. Any thoughts on where we are at the moment?
So to be honest, man, I've just been sitting on the app, just like looking at prices. It's madness. Like Trent's near down to £4.
Looking at prices, wishing you had more money. That's what.
I've been just been flipping players like nonstop. Here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. People listening as well. What's your views on flipping? Do you think it's like sort of stabbing yourself in the back, or do you think it's like dog eat dog, do what you can to make money?
For me, there are lots of ways to trade, and there are different people that excel at different trading types. I cannot flip players. That is not a skill set for me. I've tried, I've looked into that as an opportunity for me. It is not my trading strategy. It's not how I excel. My trading strategy is all about using that data, finding long-term PB hidden gems and investing on those, and are sitting on it for a long time. Other people are very good at the IPD markets or the short markets or the flipping markets in play, or flipping in the volatility of the market. For me, it's all okay. It's how people take those opportunities is great. We want a diversity of traders, because if the market was made up of just me, there would be no liquidity, because I don't trade very often. I sit on those long-term holds. Whereas these people that are flipping, these people that are driving the IPDs, they help liquidity. So I'm all for them doing it as a strategy.
Can I say, I think as well, like, see a lot of people saying about, like, it's people trying to get out of holds. I think those people long gone. I think at the minute it's just people could just constantly trying to, like, sell and buy and sell. I think all the sort of casual, like, weekend punters, I think most of them have gone already. And I think my biggest fear is, even if people index do sort of get the whole Nasdaq thing together, I think, is the damage already done with that sort of customer? Like, how hard will it be to get them back? And even when everything is put together, I think it could take a long marketing campaign to sort of get everyone back on board again.
You could be right. Like, it's possible that you are right, but like, I honestly still believe that if people are given the reason to be confident in the product, and I know that the damage and the erosion of trust that's happened, it is worrying. But I still believe that if we genuinely feel that the systems are in place, that there's enough money flowing regularly through the market, then I think people will be like. I also don't think that many have left. I think some have left, yeah, obviously, but I also, in terms of percentages, I don't think it's that many. In terms of who puts more money in, yeah, that's a different question. But I totally believe that, like, people want this to work still. Like, I know there's like some that have left and are desperate for it to fail, but I think 99% of people still are desperate for this to succeed. And like, we just need to feel that the confidence in the product is going in the right direction. And like, today's hopefully a big step towards that, but there's still many steps up the stairs to go.
I know it has been talked about a lot today, but I honestly do think just liquidity is just the biggest thing. I see, honestly, if Football Index come out tomorrow and says we've secured like another one or two market makers, Sancho will be up to £12 again. I have no doubt. Like, it's that simple.
Guys, we are graced by John Nellis. John, welcome to my stream. Hello. For a change. What have you got to say, mate?
Geez, I was muted. I'm not used to having to do that.
Amateur. There's a noob in the house.
I heard someone talking with the same accent as me. Are you trying to replace me?
We have to have the Irish representation.
Who is it? Hello, sir.
I am Eamon.
Eamon, how's things?
What's crack?
Not much. It was just strange, on these things. Normally there isn't anyone who talks like me, but yeah, look, fair play to you. First off, fair play to you, Stuart, for putting this together. Geez, I messaged you probably about half an hour ago being like, how did it go? I didn't think you were going all day. Fair play. That's a serious service to the community. So props to you. What's the general vibe?
I think liquidity is where we're at, really.
Yeah, I think last night actually kind of surprised me. Well, it surprised me and it didn't. I think once people started getting used to the whole IPD thing and everyone was talking about IPDs, the rush kind of made sense. But then today, yeah, I don't really know what to make of it. I tried not to follow it too closely, but it
Can I ask something quick?
Big boys.
Sorry,
in terms of last night, just with John's brought up there, do you think last night was market maker, or do you think it was just people refreshing shares, fear missing out?
I think it was people refreshing, because basically last night, so the 18th through the 20th is the window of the 9-game IPDs. And it was basically a lot of people were plugging a crash so hard on this thing that I think people went, the market's kind of naturally adjusted down a bit anyway. I can get in at this point, get my IPDs, and they'll rise tomorrow because of the IPD market. So there were people last night taking the punt that today and tomorrow's IPD trading would offset any kind of dip that might be there this morning. Because again, it all comes back to gambling and seeing advanced trading. So that's where I think there was some jump last night. There's some jump today. There'll be a bit more tomorrow. And then we're going to see a bit of a stagnation for the next 2 weeks through that start of that 30-day IPD 9-game fixture window. And that's where we're going to really need this liquidity. Something, John, that we came up with as an idea of how FI could increase liquidity is a 1-year upgrade to IPDs. So if we were to double or triple IPD dividends for a year, that would improve liquidity from the general market, because it would exceed the commission you would be paying to flip people to renew the IPDs. So that was an interesting.
So you're talking about extending the IPD window. Do you have to buy from market to get that, or is that just like almost like a promotion?
So that wasn't, we didn't even talk about extending the IPD window. This was just about increasing the IPD dividends, but that's another way you could do it, is extend the IPD window to 2 months, you could keep it at the same rate, extend it to 2 months, or you could keep it at 1 month and double the value. And that would get you beyond the commission threshold, because I was saying to everyone, like when I first saw the IPDs launched, I was dead against them, because as a long-term trader, I've been in the index a long time. It's like, there's no point me doing this, because if I flip anyone, the amount I'm going to pay on commission, it's not going to be picked up by the IPD. So why would I ever benefit from these? Whereas for new makers, new people join the market, it's great, because you get that first 30 days, you get some extra cash in. So it is absolutely a way of generating liquidity, is to increase the IPDs enough to cover that commission, or even give perceived coverage of that commission, to make people flip trades more often to get advantage of those IPDs.
You see, I think that helps, right? Don't get me wrong. It definitely helps. But for me, I don't think the yields or how much commission people are paying, I don't think it's commission that's putting people off trading. I don't think it's yields putting people off trading. I think the payout structure and the yields on offer are outstanding. I think what they need to, I heard you when I was cooking my dinner there, and that's what made me come on, this positive feedback loop and the negative loop. It's just this, FI have not came through on so many promises. There's so many little things that they could have fixed. And like they took out bios today, did they?
Yay!
Why didn't they just say that to us in comms?
Yo, fellas, there's a market update.
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck.
Literally 25 seconds ago.
Oh
shit.
God.
Oh,
Good time to
God.
be streaming. Fair play to you. Oh God, it's there, yeah.
It's just on the offer zone, I think.
In response to your feedback, we'll be making, I should
Yeah.
probably share this, shouldn't I? Let's get the share screen button up. Good catch, whoever that was.
Yeah, well done.
In response to your feedback, we'll be making the following changes to the offer zone. From 7 a.m. tomorrow, we will increase the ceiling offer from 50p above the buy now price to 150p above the buy now price. Yeah, so nothing else there that I think is any particular thing. So they're just increasing that ceiling basically as people have asked for it. There's no real news there. That's not really going to change the market in any way, shape or form. It's a good thing. It means that if the market does suddenly kick on, particularly with if anyone has a good performance over the weekend, it will have that opportunity to spike. So we'll have more opportunity to see players spike. But there's nothing particularly exciting about that update, I'd say.
No, they're just responding, I suppose, to probably some complaints they've had today. The bigger thing, sorry lads, if you've already hashed this out and you've probably talked about this 6 times already today, Stuart, but the fact we can only see 5 lines of depth, that's something I see them getting a lot of hate over. Do you think they'll act on that?
I mean, yes, but I think at the moment, because there's so many players that don't even have depth, let alone 5 lines of depth, they can kind of get away with a bit of grace period on that. If we actually get to the point where that depth starts to grow, we can see that all those players with sell options actually have sell options, then it becomes far, far more relevant of getting to that 10, 15 infinite view.
My question is, why wouldn't they just go 10? Like, why would they go 5 immediately? Like I can't imagine it takes much more work to introduce 10 as opposed to 5. I'm okay with 5 at the moment, but like, if more any extra information is important. So I just don't know why they wouldn't just do 10.
I think it's just because there's a lack of depth at the moment and a lack of liquidity. This is basically how much depth do you want to show? Because the more depth you show, the more you show there's no depth.
Yeah, for true.
So I think they've stuck with 5 because for most players where there is liquidity, there probably will be 5. If you go much beyond that, I'm not convinced that the liquidity would be there. And it just shows how thin the market really is.
But does that not flip around the other way with like how thin like it would take for prices to rise as well? From the offer to the sell side.
It does, but equally you've got so little market confidence at the moment that people are always going to view things from the negative start point rather than the positive start point. One bastard has hit down like.
Oh, and now he knows how it feels.
That was probably because we talked about Sportstack for 5 minutes.
It was John against the competition.
That's it, yeah. No, there's 2 there now. The second one was me.
But yeah, it's
this is a negative feedback loop in action. Sorry, now there's 3.
There you go. Never call your audience bastards, because then they'll punish you for it. I've got another person that wants to dial in, so let me send them the Zoom link and they can come and have their say before my wife kicks me off in half an hour. Just a quick plug, guys. John is doing a stream at 9. I will be dialing back in for that because my wife will let me, because my daughter will be asleep by then. So everyone get on that. John does fantastic work for the community, does some great stuff. Get on that pod later on at 9 o'clock, and it should be a good debrief for the end of the day.
Thank you. I didn't know you were going to do that. Thanks. Do you have something to go off on there, or can I continue kind of briefly what I was saying before? Huh?
No, you crack on, mate.
So just because I don't have much time, but I just said I'd throw the head in. Basically, like, there's all these talks of like the yields, or should they do like an IPD booster? Like, not just from yourselves, or your solution was slightly different from that, but I've heard this from multiple people in the DMs over the last week. And do you think they need to do this to instill some liquidity and get people buying? The yields at the minute are fucking outrageous. People would be buying if people wanted to buy. What they need to do is get confidence and trust back, and that is a hard thing to do. I do not know how you get someone's trust back. It's in every facet of life, that is a ridiculously tough task. So I don't know, but they've got such easy wins in front of them that maybe they haven't taken, such as that bio thing. I have been doing a podcast for a year and a half now, and every 2 weeks that comes up about the little nitty gritty things on their site that they don't fix. And people bitch about it every single day on Twitter. Why not either ages ago, if that's not possible, before they did this, just put it out in the previous cons, been like, we appreciate that the bios, etc., aren't up to scratch. We're going to remove these for now as we feel they're not important, or not necessarily aren't important, but there's a million other data sites out there doing a great job of these, or people are well aware of these. We'll work on it in the background and integrate our data center. Spout some shite, easy win. People go, geez, fair play to them. They're acting in some way, instead of like today, just removing the shit bios and everyone's like, oh yeah, thank God they're gone. And if I get no credit, it's kind of, that's such a stupidly little win that probably it doesn't really help their case, to be honest with you. And I know people are probably listening being like, John, no one gives a shit about those. But there's a million examples of that. And if they actually capitalized on all those examples, Mike Bowen, Adam Cole, show fucking leadership. Come out, make some comms. Don't shy away from podcasts. I'm not even talking my own, any podcasts. Do it in your own fucking podcast. Come out, show leadership, tell us the vision, tell us what's happening, tell us what the story is with liquidity. It's the silence that's deafening to me.
Absolutely. And I've given them the opportunity to come on here today. I tagged them a few times. If anyone from that community want to come talk directly to the community, by all means, come on. It will be a neutral, safe space. We will have a nice chat. And there was nothing. Radio, silence, and tumbleweed.
It just reeks of complacency. That's the thing with FI. This is maybe touching on the Sportstack coming in the market as well. Like, anything that's going to force them to like not be as complacent as they've been, because they need, as you say, John, the confidence is eroding, and it is hard to get back. I still think people love the product and will come back, or will be more active, like once they feel that we're on the right path. But yeah, it's just pointless. Like, it's like we spoke about earlier, guys, regarding the 3-year bet. That's one of the things that just drives me bonkers. Like, I just, like, it's such, as you said, Stu, it's such an easy win. Or, it's like you just take that away, like, people are going to be refreshing those shares anyway. Like, why do you need to have this mythical 3-year bet? Just like come out, and they even said it in the latest comms, 3-year bet. Like, stop it. Like, just like Sportstack are smart with their whole career dividend thing. I don't understand why FI can't do that.
Well, they've always said it was a bet limitation to get themselves a gambling license. Now, Sportstack seem to have blown that out of the water, because, the first question I asked was, is this a career, or is it a 3-year bet, or a 1-season bet, or what's the answer there? And so that seems to have blown their argument that it's all about a gambling license out of the water, because if other people can do it, surely they can. So why have it in the first place?
To stop people buying players and not trading them. I don't know why they picked 3 years, the arbitrary number, but they obviously just want people to have to recycle at some stage, so that they can't just sit and freeload dividends forever. That, you'd have to imagine that's the only reason.
I think that was maybe the reason in the beginning. Like, that was maybe their logic, thinking, okay, we need to try and encourage people to trade more. But that shit, that's gone. That's ages ago. People don't hold for 3 years. Okay, I know some do, but the percentage of people who hold for 3 years is minimal. And anyone who does hold for 3 years will probably have refreshed at some point. So, like, it's not even, I can't think it makes a single jot of difference to their bottom line whatsoever, but it could do so much for confidence in marketing, etc.
Well, if it did make a difference to their bottom line, they wouldn't have pushed it to 2021 or 2022, whatever they did. Remember in those comms, probably 6 months ago at this stage, I have no idea when they basically addressed that and said, look, we aren't going to be able to put share expiry on for a while or whatever, so forget about it to next year, is kind of what they said. If that was a big deal to their liabilities or their financial model, they wouldn't have done that.
Also, from a regulation point of view, if it was an enforced regulation, then they couldn't put it back. So it's just, the whole thing's just a crock of shit. It's just no need for it whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been at trader meets live in person where people have said this, and all they ever did was bang on about, it's only 0.001% of the market that's actually approaching the 3-year window, and we'll instantly roll those, or something to that effect. So you don't need to worry about it in any way, shape, or form. So, it's back to that exact point of, it's so easy for them to have just taken that rein off, and it completely nullifies that entire debate. But, hey ho, we'll see what happens with it. Just a quick one, guys, because it's been quite a long time on this stream since I've talked about it, and we've probably churned people quite a bit. I'm also keen to get Duncan on. Duncan, you are there, so feel free to chip in any time. But just a quick one. One of the things that we should all be keeping an eye on is this. So currently we have, if I go to the highest price offers, we have a disconnect between the average offer price and where the current market is. This means that people's expectations of what they should be getting for a player on sale is not connecting with where the current market value is. That means we are still away from equilibrium, because when we hit equilibrium, which means the market has reached its correct pricing point, this average offer price should be there or thereabouts with the buy price. We are still way off that. And so it's going to take some time for that to adjust back to the correct point. And that is where we will get to equilibrium. And equilibrium is the point where the market stabilizes and liquidity should form more naturally, and we will have confidence. So currently we still have people trying to sell at a higher value than the people are willing to buy. And as these things move towards each other, which is what we want to see today, see those spreads close in, see those spreads form, we will get to equilibrium. And that is the point where the market stabilizes and we have the opportunity for the liquidity to come organically, not from liquidity providers. So keep an eye on those figures, and that will help give you a guide as to where the market is.
Question.
Go.
Sorry, I know there's a guy Duncan here who you want to chat to, and I'm going to dart out the door here in about 2 minutes. But before I go, they're making that offer ceiling higher. It's 50p above now. They're making it to £1.50 tomorrow, I think. Are they doing that solely that all of us who have no real intention of selling can put in higher sell orders to up that average price? At the minute, based looking on those, it would probably reduce the average price, to be honest. But I see a lot of people talking about the average price, and I've actually had 2 DMs about people saying, should we all not list our portfolios for the highest offer available, knowing that it won't sell, but to boost up that average offer price to turn sentiment? FI aren't going to do it. Should we take it into our own hands? What do you make of this kind of thing where it's like everyone's just listing to up that average price, which then manipulates that, and it's not a true reflection?
So the average offer price is irrelevant, because the average offer price is what people on average are willing to sell for. That's not what people are willing to buy for. And what matters is what people are willing to buy for.
So it's just bogus data.
Yeah, it's bogus data. The only thing it helps you know is you can see that there's a disconnect between what people expect to sell for and what people expect to buy for. And that means that we haven't reached market equilibrium. We need to get to those two numbers being closer together. And that means we're at a point where people are freeing up money, because at the moment, there is a whole bunch of people that aren't willing to sell because they're saying that Sancho is worth 10 quid. And there's a whole bunch of people that aren't willing to bid above 7 quid to buy Sancho. So you can see that freezes a whole bunch of liquidity. If you want liquidity to move naturally, those people that expect Sancho to sell for 10 quid, if they come down to 7, and they actually then sell, that gives them 7 quid to then buy. And then that frees up the liquidity to open it up. While you've got people that aren't wanting to sell, unless they're at the prices that they were at 6 months ago or 3 months ago, that liquidity issue continues to be a problem. So what you need to see is that average offer price close on the spreads. And until it does, we're living in cloud cookie land. Once we see those two numbers close in, we are in equilibrium.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Duncan here, yeah. So to jump in on that, why is there a ceiling at all on the 50p, on the now 150p?
So I spoke with John about this on his stream the other week. So I think that's an upward circuit breaker, because say if somebody goes and bangs in a hat trick at the weekend and everyone gets very excited and goes and says buy. You don't want absolute pump dump, market spike, market crash scenario. So that is there as an upward circuit breaker to limit how fast the market can spiral upwards on that player, so that we don't end up within a massive crash of the other side of it once we get to, the next trading day post the PB window for that day. So, like what happened with Son during the 5 times IPDs, he scored 4 goals. He was going to get 20Ps. He was going to win the match day star. He was going to win match day. He might have won media. It was a full sweep for him. People went pump. And the next day he crashed like 70p on a £2.50 buy price or whatever. So that's like a 25% one-day drop. That for me is there as a upward circuit breaker, and they've basically bottled it because people have pushed them all day to say that should be an upper limit of higher limit, and so they've just loosened it up to get everyone to be happy with it. I think it's going to have very little material effect in the actual general market, and it's probably just going to lead to a slightly bigger crash post any strong performance over the weekend.
Yeah, because what I think here is that there's a lot of things that it's the loudest voices that are getting heard and are asking for these sorts of things in the comments, but the loudest voices aren't the traders that we need in the platform, because they're not shouting around on Slack and Twitter, etc. They're over on Betfair or on the markets, whatever they're doing. One of the reasons I wanted to come on was there's a guy who people might have heard of, a guy called Mark Iverson on Twitter, and I've heard him mentioned on pods before because he's quite into Football Index. He's a big Betfair trader, and he's been tweeting about Football Index today, and his big thing, he's basically tweeted saying there's not enough liquidity, and that all these big positions that people have in Sancho are shown now to be tricky positions to be in because there's clearly not enough liquidity. So it's people like him that we want to be attracting. A few people have been saying to him, well, look, we should be opening up the depth because then you could see the higher bids. So more than 5 rungs. And he's saying, no, I don't care about seeing 10, 20 rungs. The only rungs I care about are the ones around the price and the only around the equilibrium, because that's where all the money is. The money people shouldn't be putting large offers up 50p to, £1.50, £2 above the price, in a rational market. That's not where you're trying to trade. You're trying to trade at the equilibrium. Yet you have all these loud voices saying, oh, we want to see more depth because I want to see that people are valuing Sancho at 10 quid. I want to see the average offer price. That's not what, as far as I can tell, that's not what serious traders care about. And so if we want to get these people in, we're clamoring for things that, it might please the masses, but or it might please the loudest people that are in the FI community at the moment. It's not something that the people we want to come in are bothered about, in my view, anyway.
I think it's back to this point that there's that disconnect between education and understanding about how markets work and what people want and what people see and what people understand. And that's my point around this average offer price is, for me, that's an indicator at the moment that we're still a long way away from actual market generated liquidity because it's so disparate from the current buy and sell prices. The main things we want to see happen over the coming weeks is we want to see spreads close, we want to see sell options available, and we want to see the average offer price close in on the buy and sell prices, because that means that people are getting to the point where they are moving money around because their average offer price means that they are willing to sell at the rate people are willing to buy. That provides liquidity because anytime anyone sells, they've then got the money to buy. And that's where we need to get to, is all those 3 numbers need to be as close together as humanly possible. And that means the market is as liquid as possible. The further those numbers are apart from each other, the less liquid the market is and the less confidence we have in the market.
Yeah, so to me, the fact that Football Index are putting in all these other measures to try and build people's, to try and change sentiment, etc. To me, it hints at the fact that they don't really know what they need to do to get to, and they're not really appreciating what you're talking about there, getting to equilibrium to free up liquidity. They're still sort of obsessed with they think that sentiment will change and therefore liquidity will change with this arbitrary all offer number, which we're kind of all agreeing isn't really making any difference. So why are they putting so much emphasis on it? Why is that the top line of their updates when they release it? That's the first thing that they want to talk about in their product updates.
I mean, I like it because it gives me that idea of where the general market sentiment from a selling point is. So it gives me that view of how close we are to liquidity. So I like it being there because I think it helps us get a bit more visibility around market sentiment and where people's heads are at. But like I said, it's not a number we want to increase. It's a number we want to decrease to get it close to where the rest of the spreads are, because then that is where we start to get liquidity. And I think the things are going to have to come down to go back up. And it's, it's painful to say it because there are going to be people here that get badly burnt. Sancho was up at 15 quid. He's trading at about 7. That's a 50% hit. And it's going to take a long time before he gets back up there, because the other problem is this perverse link between the way Football Index were pricing them and the supply that is in the market, because they were increasing the price by the more people that bought, the more the price would increase, and so on and so forth, and up the spiral went, means that basically we've ended up with an oversupply on the top traders. So if I just share my screen for a second, we end up with this very simple graph of like the volume of shares and pre-order books value is the top corner is your Sancho's, your Mbappe's, where they had the biggest supply and they have a lower demand now because they have the highest price. So they've got less demand to buy. They've got far more risk. There's far more supply than there is demand. So the price can only go one way, really. Whereas the players that are outside of that top end threshold, there is less supply. So there is more liquidity and there's less likely to be somebody desperate to panic sell or desperate to offer a cutthroat rate to get out because there's just less shares available. The more shares that are there, the more opportunity there is for one trader to be like, you know, I'm willing to take £8 for Sancho. I'm willing to take £7 for Sancho because it doesn't matter anymore. I just need to get out. And that holds his price down and keeps his price down because there's so much liquidity or so much supply there that there's always somebody wanting to sell at £8. Whereas somebody on the rise, somebody on the up from the lower threshold has that chance to grow into that profile where they've still got the liquidity and there's less of that supply and demand issue there where it's more balanced around reality. Sorry, I'm just losing my voice for a second.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think it's also, it's exacerbated because as their price falls because supply exceeds demand, that reduces demand because people see their price falling. And so then it becomes exaggerated, and then you end up at £7. Sancho has at least half, if not less, of the, you know, he's got half the demand, probably a quarter of the demand than he had at £15, and yet the supply is the same. And that'll only get worse when he's at £2. People, well, there might come a point where Sancho's at £2 or £3, and you know, let's hope we don't get there. But if we do, that might almost be the best thing because that demand might actually return to a point where it matches supply because his price will just be too tempting at that point. And that's, I mean, that would be interesting, but I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't want to see that.
No, and that's the problem where Football Index didn't sort of think out their long-term market strategy because it was clear they always wanted to get to a point where the community were trading with themselves because it removes all their liability and they walk away with a massive wedge of all the money that they made on the early things. And there is a complete disconnect with their previous pricing structure and the way that prices increased to where we are now. And that is driven to a massive oversupply in those top-end players that makes it very difficult for them to return to those top end prices. And that's why we're going to see some major adjustment and some people are going to take some serious hits as that market adjusts towards that equilibrium point. Now, as we get to that equilibrium point, we will start to see more confidence, start to see more liquidity. The problem I've got at the moment is that because of this 9-game fixture window that we're in the next 48 hours, we are seeing probably the best liquidity we're going to see for the next month, because once people have flipped for this 30-day window, there is very limited reason for them to flip again in that 30-day window because they're going to be seeing out that 9-game. They're going to get the trade of the month opportunities for anyone that they're buying today because it closes today or the day after. So liquidity is going to come even worse in like the next week, basically. And that's where they really need to try and get these damn market makers or some offer or opportunity that will increase market liquidity, because we are currently on a negative feedback loop where lack of confidence breeds lack of liquidity, breeds lack of confidence, breeds lack of liquidity. If we can flip that in reverse, it will take care of itself. But flipping it into reverse at this point is going to be a bloody big job because it's taken us so long for Football Index to address the core problem that now it's going to take a much bigger action than it would have taken if they just instigated it right at the start.
Yeah, agreed. And do you think that maybe, you know, so you're talking there about you've got a negative feedback loop, you know, once you reverse that and you get to a positive feedback loop, you could see prices, you know, you could see a sustained rise. Maybe we need to get to players like, I think Messi is one that will hold firm because of his age and his consistency, but maybe we need to see some of those guys, Sancho, Mbappe, etc., down at £2 or £3 before suddenly people go, and then, you know, maybe there's a trigger event like Sancho wins PB or something like that just suddenly sends enough demand through the market to create a sustained positive feedback loop. Is that possible, or do we just need, you know, a lot more liquidity or FI to provide liquidity, really?
Sorry, I'm just laughing at apparently I've upset the fig by daring to talk about a different tweet. But yeah, so if I just find a different graphic, 1 second while I just dig through my general profile and try and find the thing. So basically, you are right that trigger events can have a positive effect. So normally we experience trigger events in a very negative way on the index, because basically Black Sunday was the result of a trigger event involving Neymar. And so what happened was essentially we had the trigger event, people withdrew their higher bids, they inserted lower bids, they sell, that's on the one lone player. Then there was basically people looking to sell other players to free up capital to start to purchase on the bounce of that player. And then that cascades through the market. We get to panic and we hit the rock bottom crash point. Then we get to recovery. The verse of this can absolutely happen where we have basically a trigger event, which is a positive event. So say Son pungs in 5 goals at the weekend, and suddenly everyone wants to buy Son because he's got 9 games coming up. He's just banged in 5 goals. He's done 4 goals early in the season. He's on the form of his life. Buy. That can absolutely see a massive spike in his price, a massive positive feedback loop on him. And he will just cascade through. The problem with the positive side of that trigger event is that it doesn't have the same market cascade as the negative one, because people will try and free liquidity to buy Son by selling other players, which will drive down the rest of the market, because they're trying to pump it all into that one player. Whereas with the negative, it's the people trying to buy on the bounce that drives the negative thing by freeing up cash to buy on the bounce.
And this is a big problem is that because you can only be long as a football index trader, is that your liquidity, your exit will always be to sell. Whereas, you know, whereas if you can short, then you can actually, so what I mean is you can curb the positive feedback, or the positive impetus will always be curbed by people exiting and taking profit. Whereas the opposite isn't true. Once people have sold, because you can't actually be short on football index, they don't need to rebuy. And so there's not that opposite profit taking, which you would get on, you know, you might get on the stock market, or you might get on some of the exchanges. People will have to take a profit at some point on the way down as well as on the way up. That's not the case with football index, which is why it's almost even more important that football index themselves take that role and say, and you know, they start buying back shares and they start reducing their liabilities on the way down. I think it kind of all comes back to that. They need to step in. If they are the only market maker, they're the only one that can actually issue shares. Therefore, they're the only ones that can exit a position by buying shares. And to me, that, you know, that's kind of the solution. They provide liquidity and they buy back the excess shares at the same time. Well, they seem intent on not doing it, but
absolutely, and that's something I said right on Black Sunday, is that the easiest way for football index to solve this is basically to close down that thing by basically them providing the liquidity gap, and they could do that at quite a big spread, you know, because the point is that there are so many players there now with like no sell option whatsoever, and even if you offered it at 50% of the value, that would at least be something to give some confidence in the market. With so many players without any get out clause, it damages confidence so much and reduces so many people from being willing to put money into the platform and invest in any player, because they're like, well, if I buy these 5 shares, you know, is there going to be anyone left that's going to be willing to buy my 5 shares when I come to sell? Probably not. So it just really undermines the confidence. And that's why we've got to get down to equilibrium and see those average offer prices close in on those buy and sell spreads. And then that's when we get to true liquidity. Fig, great to see you in the comments. Glad you've dialed in, mate. You've come with 3 minutes to go before my wife literally marches through the door and drags me out with a hook around my neck. So we are coming to the close of this, but I hope everyone in the community's found this useful. This was here literally as a stopgap to give everyone somewhere to come and talk to today, because I knew today was going to be a very difficult day for everyone, because there was so much concern in the community around today that I wanted to have something out there nice and early so people had somewhere to go, somewhere to talk. You know, my Twitter handle is the same as my username here. go and find me. If you want to talk about anything or ask any questions, just DM me. I will happily engage. If you want to talk about your concerns, mental health opportunities of where you can get talking to people about stuff, if you're concerned about how the market is and you've got a lot of money in there and it's a risk for you and you're really stressed out about this, then please get in touch. I am here just as a way to try and give people somewhere to go and have a chat, and the pod will be open to anyone if I do one of these ever again. I doubt I will, unless there's another serious negative market event where it feels like it's needed. This was simply a stopgap to try and plug a gap because there was no one else covering this within the community until later on tonight. So hopefully everyone found this useful. I'm going to do one last plug on the trying to fund me for the cost of the software that didn't cost me to do this. If you want to donate to the cost of this, you need to just go to my main thing and go to my main profile on YouTube, and in the header there is a little donate button in the top right corner. Feel free to hit that. Anything that goes above the costs that it took me to run this stream will go to the hashtag #DivForKids charity event. So anything that you put into that is gratefully received, guys. But thank you very much for dialing in and participating, and thank you to all the guys that called in that helped make this bearable, because it would have been truly painful had I been soloing this for 4 hours. So thanks to everyone that came and backed me up for those 4 hours. It's been really great. Lots of community chat there, and that was really interesting. The guy that claimed he from Football Index X thing, we'll see if anyone actually manages to verify that he was the real deal. We're probably 50-50 on the fence about it, but it's an interesting narrative anyway that came out today. So thanks very much, guys, and I'll catch you on Twitter and later on. So catch you later, guys.